I'm back. Let's continue. I can make Baruch fully. Wait, this is how you check it? Wait a minute. Okay, now I'm good. Wait, let me check something. Turn off the Wi-Fi, man. I don't get any notifications. Okay. What the fuck? Server am I on, man? damage, critical chance, and multi-shot is the best, I think. What do I have on this? And toxic. Gabby on Ceres, what is that? Have I done Gabby? Survival. I have done it. If I didn't done it, I would have that guy. That's a night wave reward. That's Thampa Doma. Let's do that, man. That, man? Why does that look so weird? Dome will spawn at night, man. And it's rainy, man. I can't even look at it. I will come in the morning, man. It has serenation, right? Yeah, it has this semi-rifle comrade. Cannonade. Man, I've done net Russells too, man. I even done the weekly call mission. I can do the Druby, so I don't have to do it when I get the Maggie Star. What do I have? I have Rev, Nova. I don't have any weapons. Yeah, forget about it then. I'll just help somebody if anybody needs any help, man. Because I'm pretty bored. I don't have anything to do, man. But you still get other stuff, right? Like the entry Lancerons.
I say, would you care for a quick excursion? One could use the distraction. Shall we?
there, man. This is the Ash. Can Ash stay invincible? Will he not die when we start fighting?
Using the key glyphs will open the next cell. So be ready. Right door, wrong key glyph. Try a different one. We ain't done. Local threats are triggering a security override. Clear out the uglies to pop the door. Don't quit now. Gotta know what's in that mattress.
Wow, man.
Find him. Smash him.
Wow. Oops. Oops. Yeah. How am I dying, man? Heat is killing me. I was confident that I would not die, man. Man, so it's not invincible, man.
If you want to find out what Albrecht was up to in that mattress cell, you need one
second, killing enemies, losing health every second. Why is it blinking, man?
This is it. Use the key glyph and get ready for whatever happens next. We ain't done. Local threats are triggering a security override. Clear out the lobbies to pop the door.
Man, this is not invincible, man. Lose health.
Albrecht's damn necromites are reinforcing the Netrocell. Your hands are tied until you knock them out.
I think I do need the Nautilus then. It's Or is it because that I was losing health every second?
Security level dropping. Don't quit now. I gotta know what's in that Netrocell.
Okay, how can we do it? What is that? Game lagging, man. think I will leave after this, man. And I'll experiment with the build, man. I think I need the Nautilus. But was the Ghost Prime video? Titan leads final round.
You're in. Grab and go. Can't wait to see what you got when you get back here. Not what I was looking for. But if you're happy, I'm happy.
Mission complete. Excellent work.
Yeah, I guess fuck all, man. It's not worth it doing it, man. It's doing it for the infantry land. So I thought I would get some shit, man.
Thank you.
only want green one. You also need to keep the leaf ones. Let's get some leaf ones. No leaf ones. Man, I wanted to simulate once more, man. I wanted to unpause them, not simulate them one more time. Oh, we have green and the red ones now. We could do the same thing, but equip Nautilus now. I don't want them to go to my health, man. To not, even if I'm taking damage to the health, I don't want to take direct damage to the health. I want to stay at 2 health. I don't want my shield to break, man. Get the rolling guard. Wait, I killed them, man. Fuck. Just remove my dog, man. So they just focus on me. And that my dog does not distract them. Okay, there are no leech ones, okay? I have to make the enemies properly again, man. I need leech. Nah, this is good enough. Yeah, it's good enough. I was thinking it's too many leaves, but it's good enough. More leaves, the better. How can I upgrade my health, man? Shield is struck by melee enemies. What if I do this? Wait a minute. What if I break this this blue crystal into 3 blue normal crystals? 7.5 is normal 5, right? Can I not unfuse them? I remember unfusing them. Yeah, I can bake this one into all 3, man. If a lot of health regen, then nothing can kill me, man. I just need health regen. My health doesn't go low. I need blue crystals, man. But I can't get any crystals. Fuck. Yeah, S5 has already generated. If I have 10 more, it will be 10. Yeah, it will be 17.5 health regenerated per second. I think that should out damage the damage I'm taking. On the health, maybe. I think 2 maximum energy filled on spawn is good enough. And I'm disappointed that I fucking died, man. Let me see how I died again, man. What happened to my shield gate, man? Why is my shield not regening? I don't get it. It should be regening, man. What if I give catalyzing shields with it, man? If that increases my shield gauge, man. I think that would be better, maybe. I would not need then prime shield capacity. No, I would need it. So let's try it out, man. But if I use the catalyzing shields instead,
Multitude of creatures you have immortalized will cry out.
no, not the red whale one, man. Thanks, come. I need more leeches, man. Yeah, this is good enough. So just try it normally. No, I spawned more, man. Yeah, this is perfect. First I have this normal without anything. See how much the catalyzing shield has. It's like I'm taking more damage, man. Yeah, catalyzing shield is not working with this. What does it say? .3 second. I'm not getting 1 second, 1.3 second shield getting into duration. I am not getting a 1 second shield getting into duration. Why?
It's easy and you can. There you go. He break my overshield.
Yeah, boy.
Now, true, we have enough shield recharge and shield recharge delay and all that kind of things, but it's not enough. It's not enough, and it doesn't make it that you will never die. So let's assume I just go this way without relying on Gauss ability on any other frame. If I lose my shield or I feel I'm in danger like right now, I just use any ability and I will be able to gain some shield and I'm good to go. As you can see there, I saved myself. Now, this will not make you sit down on level cap, right? You will end up dying actually, especially if you're going with Thrax and so on. So what Gauss actually has to offer in the table that makes him unique? The passive once more, what means we will not be able to die at all. So we can just sit down and relax. This enemy will not be capable of or killing us. I mean, in 100 years, they will not. Okay, level cap couldn't. These enemies will not and will never. Now, this is not the only way that you can boost this. There is other things that we can do, which is our companion. Our companion, if you mod it the right way, it actually can help you when it comes to shield regenerating tanking, meaning we're going to be using the shield charger, increase warframe max shields and shield regeneration by 60% for 10 seconds, and actually you can use the guardian boosters owner's shield by 100% when it runs out. Now you get the point, right? So now you understand how we're tanking. Okay, so I didn't use any helmet ability on this. We're good to go. So you can use him this way, or you can use any helmet ability that you want. You see, our battery is off and we die. Now let's talk about helmet abilities and actually how you can.
What if I use Nautilus now? I didn't do that test properly. Catalyzing shield doesn't work at all. Multi-shot on kill chamber is not good. Aptitude is also not good. Not viral. To golden. I can do corrosive and magnetic. Now let's try with Nautilus. Can I survive with Nautilus? He's a pause, man. Did he try to save himself? Am I just dead? There was only the heat one, there was no health one. There was something that was taking down my health, but what if I only go heat? Can only heat kill me? Do I need to be scared of heat? But it does take down my energy very fast, man. My shield. Can heat never get through? Can it never get through the health? Full health he started. See this, man. See, I don't think I'm doing the shield gating properly.
Some people have about the changes, especially elephant. Many of you asked if my builds will still work the same way after the shield gate change is drawn. Yes, they will. Will I update all the builds I made in the past? No, I upload 100 to 200. Adapt. Previously. Let's break the changes down. Total base shields are slightly higher than before. This has to do with normalized stat modding for health, shield, and armor. None of this stuff really matters, so I'm gonna skip over that. Now, for an important assumption, I quote, shield gate duration now scales with the amount of shields you had upon break, end quote. This is very vague wording. I'm going to assume that shield break duration scales with the highest amount of shields you reached before your shield broke. This is the same as how shield gating currently works. Otherwise, this leads to weird situations where an enemy deals not shield gating currently works. Otherwise, this leads to weird situations where an enemy deals 99% of your shield in one hit with the new update, then deleting the remaining 1% in the next hit and granting you only 0.33 seconds
Can
shield
Angstrom
gain.
also do
I'm
red
going
hits?
by the assumption it tracks the highest shield since previous break. Overshields are included in this calculation since they're added into the shield bar total as a single number during 3 seconds shield. Cap your shield gate window to 0.33 seconds always. So basically, you no longer have to bring this key. And on top of that, it is actually a penalty to equip the key again so it retains its original purpose. Catalyzing shield is a mod being added that changes how new shield gate works. In the 1 week after the shield gate ups, the shields that
How do they work, man? It's so slow to load,
into
man.
frames such as Hildren, which we will discuss later. Previously, compared to health including armor scaling and being able to use Hunter Adrenaline, shield tank is useful compared to health including armor. armor scaling and being able to use Hunter Adrenaline, shield tanking setups were rare. Post-update, shield gating setups will still be possible due to catalyzing shield setting a 1.3 second shield gate if you restore all shields, while also reducing max shields by 80% and giving a linear scaling to 1.3 seconds shield gate instead of just 0.33 versus 1.3 all or nothing. There is only one shield gate instead of build that this mod cannot fix. These are built with zero leeway on modding space mechanically, and require 5 Archon shards as a baseline to even function. Even across the hundreds of gimmicky min-max builds I've made over the last few years, none of them are ruined by the shield gating changes. So I really don't understand what people are crying about. It will still be possible due to catalyzing shield setting a 1.3 second
What does Varazin
shield gate
do?
if you restore all shields, while also reducing max shields by 80% and giving a linear scaling to 1.3 seconds shield gate instead of just 0.33 versus 1.3 all or nothing. There is only one the iframes granted from shield gating, making them essentially unkillable outside of toxin damage. And the Daggett update, fast, deflection, and vigilante vigor are being changed to shield recharge delay reduction, meaning for the first time, we have non-conclave mods that allow shields to start recharging sooner after taking damage. Recharge delay reduction does not work like casting speed or reload speed, where the total time is 1 divided by the modded amount, i.e. needing plus 100% to half the casting speed or reload time. Instead, recharge delay is calculated as 1.
I don't care about the maths, man.
A Gauss with max battery had by default 80% delay reduction, meaning it only took him 0.2 seconds instead of 1 second to start regenerating from partial shields, or 0.8 seconds instead of 4 seconds to start regenerating from a full shield break. This made shield gating Gauss builds OP, because a brief respite auger build could grant 1.3 seconds full shield gate currently, but he only needed auger build shield break. This made shield gating Gauss builds OP, because a brief rest
150 energy spent to 150 energy 150% of energy spent to shield. Overshoots are inactive. Do you need brief respite and not the energy siphon, man? What the fuck? Is that my did I mess up the build again?
respite auger build could grant 1.3 seconds full shield gate currently, but he only needed 0.8 seconds to start recharging. Therefore, any ability-based build that could fully restore shields would grant iframes that last longer than his shield recharge window. On a partial gate Gauss build, Vazarin granted 90% delay reduction, which would stack with Gauss's 80% from his battery passive, leaving him with a 98% delay reduction overall, or taking only 0.02 seconds to regenerate on partial shield breaks, and 0.08 seconds to start regenerating on a full shield break, which is obviously faster than even 0.33 seconds partial shield gating iframes. After the update, every frame will be able to do this in some capacity. Fast deflection is being changed to minus 45% recharge delay, and vigilante vigor is being changed to regen delay. With enough damage reduction stacked, it is worth it. I want to talk about that full break 1.54 seconds. It's only important for it is seconds to begin their regen. The partial shield regen delay is only important for shield tanking builds versus percent recharge delay overall, or partial shields taking 0.38. The partial shield regen delay is only important for shield tanking builds
Did
taking
he use
point.
brief respite? No.
I want to talk about village. You will now be able to double shield gate if you equip fast deflection and vigilante vigor. This is because these abilities easily generate more than 1,150 shields required for the maximum new 2.5 seconds full shield gate. In fact, fast deflection alone is enough. Because prime both vigilante
What is she tanking?
Parkour 75 resist, ancient healer specters, etc., stacking multiplicatively to reach 99% damage reduction on shields or higher. Parkour 75 resist, ancient healer specters, the October update instead of the current 25% all resists. You may also consider fast deflection and or vigilante vigor. This made shield gate currently, but he only.
What does brief respite do, man? What does brief respite do? Did I mess up the gauze build? We'll have to waste another forma now, man. What does brief respite do?
We're out of the night and into the dawn. Still hanging on in a system on fire. Thanks to the good work of people like the tenant. That's a thank you. From Nora to you. Wherever you are.
It will help if I'm moving around, man. Fuck, I'm so disappointed that this is not invincible, man. I wanted this to be the replacement for Revenant, man.
Or this is how.
I don't want to use Revenant, man.
I may require maintenance after all.
Because it just feels cheap, man. I don't know why. It just had an ability so you can just never die. That's what I don't fucking like, man. I don't know why. I want to make this work, man. For this I need the blue crystals. So my health is better.
If I may say, operator, your chosen warframe suits you. Ha ha.
Begin invulnerable for 1.3 seconds. For 2.5.
New alert marked on navigation 10 out.
I'm so disappointed now, man. Why did I fucking die there, man? See, my shields were fine. Everything is good. It's good. He died. What happened, man? My shield broke. Didn't recharge and Hmm. How did that heat got through, man? How did it get through? I don't get it. How did it get through? I think it's all about the timing, man. As soon as my shield break, I got and then it recharges, the heat started coming. What the fuck is that timing, man? Man, fuck, man. Why did the shield not get filled up, man? I don't understand it, man. At full health, my shield broke. Where did my shield gate go, man? Where did it go? Why did it go away, man? It broke 3 times. Broke, came up back up again, broke, came back up again, broke. I don't need the range. More health is more. That will help, man. I can't do anything for that, man. I just have to get more health so that it regenerates before it. I need to get the blue crystals. Is the health reduction on knockdown immunity? Plus 40% damage on health to energy without shield. Imitates health. How does overguard work? Gain additional health protection and knockdown immunity as long as someone. Yeah, I know what overguard is. Will I get overguard then if I just run out of... Wait a minute. If my health start, if I take damage, start taking damage on my health, will I keep getting overguard?
The multitude of creatures you have immortalized
Because
will
that would
cry
help a
out.
lot. That can help me. And I hate that I can spawn them one by one, man. Too many leeches, man. I need more green ones too. Yeah, now let's see how the overguard thingy works. They're all following me, man. Even if they're paused. another leaked one somewhere. Why is it not breaking through now, man? What the fuck was that then, man? How did it break through there? Taken to overguard granted from my ally. Oh, I don't get any overguard. It only damage health. It only converts damage on health to shield. Damage to health to energy. But it will reduce 40% of the damage to the health that I'm getting. I'm still so mad that I died, man. Okay, I would help the guy. If you take damage on health, wouldn't be always without shield, except on toxic gas or some shit. It's recharging, man. It's breaking, but it's recharging, man. My shields are recharging. Why did they stop recharging? Is there something related to it? Was my shields working perfectly the whole game? Go back a bit. Yeah, my shield even went down once, man. But right here. I can't sit still on Jade Light, I don't die, man. Why did I die to Jade Light right here, man? I don't know why I'm so. After breaking, why was it not restart? It's not restarting right away, man. What is that delay? You're invulnerable for 2.5 shield regain after damage repeated delay point of 0.2. And this too, so the recharge rate is higher. You can go lower than 0.2. Frame per second 6. Frame per second 5. Let's name it. I don't even know what the offset does. Oh, that's a bad name. Let's just name it nothing. I think they're not the ones that do the most damage, man. Yeah, they can break my shield. I just need to kill the heat ones so they don't fucking. Too many leaf ones too. Where are the jade light? No jade ones? Where's the fucking jade light, man? Okay, let's kill all the fire one and let's just go. This is good enough. I don't get knocked around. But if I remove man, my Arcane Aegis did not activate too, man. That's 3% chances. That's so unlucky, man. Did I just die because of that 3% chance of it not activating when I needed it to take the fucking damage on me to give me the shield recharge? But if I don't have it, will the shield break? Okay, this is good enough, man. Okay, I'm done with the experiments, man. And my pet also still keeps dying, man. I can't equip the both synth ones too. I would have to use one more forma. I just need to upgrade these mods too, man. Yeah, get out, man. After 1919 mod and Arcane. It's a 1999 mod, man. Summon minions, increase ability strength by 6%. Okay, let's do something now. I've experimented enough.
You bring on a vision.
I can just increase these, man.
You bring on a storm.
Do you remember the old war, Operator? Order seems to have misplaced those memories.
We'll get the pack later here. Samuel versus Dugao. But I'll see it then. I was bored anyways, I don't have anything to do.
You visit
Here, you go Fast Castle Knights, Forward Villager, Siege Workshop, and aim to
Pawn in the
flatten those
middle.
TCs. Yeah, it's not Dave muted anymore, it's Colin muted, yeah. I like how everyone's saying Dave is muted. I have faith that Colin will return back into the call. I will keep tabs on it though, guys. But thank you everybody very much for the support so far. Floripa, big Dogal fan, was super hyped about it. Thank you, C Money, Strawberry Laylee, Dingles, what's up? You're welcome for the content. Here comes the Vil for Dogal to Doc. And that Vil could have been that Vil could have been sniped. MBL a little too early there. Dogal hasn't even brought protection for that. That's crazy. That villager could have easily been sniped by the scout. And he just kind of gets away with it. And MBL might just be assuming he's not
I'll
docking
keep the
now.
sound, man. But low.
1890, I think the
music.
co-caster is muted. Maybe you should unmute him. Very helpful. Thank you. That's very helpful. I'm going to keep Discord up on the other screen. And that way I know if Colin is going to return.
Yeah,
Wait, Colin
I'll
just
farm
said
some
something.
credits while I
He said,
watch the
T90,
match.
your chat's stupid humor has turned me off from this. I'm sorry, it was a great time, but I just can't deal with this anymore. Oh, chat, what did you do? What did you do? You scared him away. Wow. I'm kidding. He didn't say that, but he probably thought it.
I say, operator, your chosen warframe suits you.
Yeah, way to go, chat. That's horrible. So where would Dogal build this TC? Certainly not on the golds, because there's no wood around it and there's a hill. That's a rough spot to be at. So again, there's a risk associated with this. You could maybe cram a TC back here. I see deer, I see wood, I see gold. All
Yeah,
good
that's
options.
A good spot.
But it's still a relatively open
How
map.
will you even wall this up?
And you still will have a lot of the map potentially locked down.
Maybe, yeah, he can wall it up.
MBL going to click up
MBL.
here. He's going to golds. So I think MBL definitely wants to contest on water somewhat. Or is this a fast castle? I don't think it is. He just got loom. But guys, huge game here. 40 bucks is 40 bucks. Pfft, whatever, right? But MBL wins. He goes second place. He goes to the
My
playoffs
display capture was not
to play
on.
this upcoming week.
Oh.
And then he loses.
I was thinking.
Still back in platinum, but
Something
will not
seems
even
wrong,
have a
man.
chance. We won't see him anymore this season. Colin just said his apps all crashed, so I guess his computer is
Oh, this
riding
is the
against
last
him
match,
here.
man.
Maybe a Windows update's ruining stuff for
What
him
are
as
the
well.
next matches?
Big walls for Dogal. And we've got wood lines galore in the back. If you think about at least 150 wood per tree. Floating spaces, will the playoffs be live or pre-recorded like
You
this?
just tuned in.
Well, so
I
as
should
I've
have
said
seen
many
what
times before,
matches
this is
there
actually
are
one of the
today,
most
man.
annoying things people ask, but I get that why you maybe have an interest
There
in it.
must be more matches.
Doesn't
right?
matter if it's recorded games or live. You've never seen them before. You don't even know. And as a point of you not even knowing, these are actually
Nico.
live and not recorded. Obviously, you might have a slight inkling if there's like less
Let's
break
see,
time in
drugs.
between, but these are live games.
And
And we'll be doing our best with player schedules to have as much as we can live, of course. Yeah, actually, these were played 3 years ago. We're actually on Titans League 11. But we're only broadcasting Titans League
I don't
Season
see
4 right
any,
now.
man.
So it's been a
I
very
only see
successful
this.
project. I can't wait for you guys to see. Man, Season 8 has a
Citrus
pretty
and
incredible
Nikov.
story. So stick around.
Tattoo versus ACCM. Yeah, there's a
Man,
big match.
I mean, this is so extreme from Dogal. I kind of like it,
Tattoo
though.
and
If you're going to
ACCM.
commit to this, you got to commit, right?
Yeah, this would be a big match.
And so, full wall is the plan.
Any other
TC's in the back
matches?
corner.
No. Yeah, Tattoo ACCM.
MBL
And
added
Nikov is
the
also a
stable to
very
go
good
for
player,
scouts,
both
but
of them. And MBL, yeah,
probably
today there are
has
good
an
matches.
understanding this is going to be a greedy play from Dogal. Now, Dogal has to complete the walls before scouts get in here. And on water, Dogal is actually making
Yeah, I have to
2 fire
focus,
galleys.
man.
Does
I have to
Dogal have
start
loom
this
as
up
well?
So I can
He
do
does.
both of them at the same time.
So fishing ships are tanking for both. MBL's
Put it
not
on,
actively
put it
mining
on,
gold.
basically ruined
He's
it.
making a demo. Oh, this demo has to hit, actually. MBL using this demo too early would be tragic. It would be absolutely tragic. Yeah, okay, so that MBL's like, that's amazing
Doing
for
a
me.
model
I'm
to a
feeling
base.
great. But the fire galley could hop out here for Dogal and snipe that and then kill all the fish. He does have another fire galley on the way. Okay, so maybe it's not as tragic as I thought. I exaggerated. And house walls are completed for Dogal. So those 2 TCs are flying. There's 18,000 llamas underneath the
Mute
TC.
this, man. I can't hear
There's
it.
deer in the back. And now MBL sees the TC. That's the least important. That doesn't help you right now. But at least knowing that TC is rangeable
I
by
have to
siege
just
is
do
good.
this, right? I don't have to move them out.
And then also knowing there's gold back there.
do this. I have this.
Dogal, I
box of
think, will be
5
very happy
models.
with this start.
Because the squad field can
He lost his
complete.
fish, of course. But he's at least contested the water a bit. Forced MBL to stay deeper into feudal age, which is what you'd like. Snipes another fishing ship. And now I don't think he'll produce another fire for a little while. So MBL able to see there's gold back here. Able to see there's stone back here. And he can still use this scout to get some knowledge on what's going on. But he's in feudal. Will MBL regret going for scouts? Maybe he thought what I thought, that it's just too difficult to fully wall the map. Which civilization's better in late game? I actually think late game's relatively close. A lot of people are going to say Berbers because of camel archers, and camel archers are insane. So I would lean towards Berbers. But I think having siege rams, having fast-producing hussar, and having halb, and getting crop rotation, I think all those things are actually really good for the Cumin. So it does kind of depend what type of game it is.
Oh, I forgot. The time runs out. I have to play the first few matches
Not trying to
properly.
pull the it depends thing, but
Fuck.
it does kind of depend.
Fuck, man.
Stable now from Dogal. Dogal
It
knows
hasn't started
MBL's
that
going to go
much.
low army
They haven't
now
started
up
fighting
to
yet.
Castle Age. And at the very least, I think Dogal needs to stop the forward villager.
Here's the forward
I'm
villager.
not loving MBL's current position. I know his resources collected is good. I know he'll click up to Castle Age, but with how Dogal is about to play this, MBL doesn't know there's going to be scouts coming. And MBL may also potentially lose out on water. I'm just saying MBL could lose a couple vills. Vill count's climbing massively for Dogal. He's already got a 10 villager lead. So humans either looks OP or they just look horrible. Actually, you know, Dogal doesn't have that many farms. I kept looking at the amount on food, and a lot of that was still the llamas and the deer. Well, obviously he'll add more farms. But MBL's up. The Spearman comes in here from Dogal to get some pokes. That's frustrating for MBL. He'll have to make another ship. And still no response from Colin, guys. So, I think we might... Maybe we've lost him. I don't know. That's a bummer. I was
Colin,
having
he
fun,
was
man.
casting with someone.
Salutes to Colin while you have the chance here. Obviously, I know he's probably really annoyed. I've been there. But he's done a good job. And, okay, he says he's back. He says he's back. Okay, right after we compliment him, he's back. Let's give this a shot real quick. Testing?
All right, I'm back.
Nice. Cool.
Okay.
Who are we blaming for this? The internet? Do we need to call out the ISP? Is it the PC?
I think it's PC related. First time in a long time I I'm using a pre-built PC here in the Netherlands.
Okay.
and so I didn't have full control over all the parts of the PC. So
All right, all
still need to
good.
figure out some bugs.
All good, all good. Sometimes the PC pathing can be a bit weird, you know?
Exactly.
So, I already broke down kind of the early stuff, but actively where we're at, MBL needs to punish this. MBL is 20 eco behind, but critically, he was able to scout where the second TC is, and he's going to push that. I really like this decision from
Okay, they are
MBL.
putting the
Dogal doesn't
points.
have the army right now to compete, and Dogal will have to pull the lumberjacks away, some farmers away, the gold miners away, and honestly, MBL could just be through the palisades too.
Yeah, really interesting position. I'm still catching up, but really interesting position
And I,
for the
don't,
second TC.
I want to do both of them at the
Wood
same
can
time,
be
man.
a little bit of a struggle on the map, so you might think he's going to build the TC in the middle, where there's a lot of wood, but it's a little bit more safe there in the back.
Oh man, look at Dogal's awareness
siege.
though. He thinks, where am
He
I most
found it.
vulnerable? Where would
Mhm.
he push me? And he brings that human scout, which is a little bit faster, so you can get away with it as well. Sees the siege workshop, but there's no stone income for Dogal, so he can't build a tower here. And now he backs away, just kind of the last seconds here. Could have easily lost those vills, just loses one. And MBL's knocking on the door. Oh man, I thought that this boom was going to be so good for Dogal, but it's crazy how quickly things can turn around. MBL will drop the second TC, and MBL is going to be through these palisades, and Dogal has a lot of eco to protect. What's your...
Yeah,
what-
you would.
Go ahead,
You would
sorry.
think sometimes with humans, you collect stone a little bit earlier, just in case you need those extra towers in defense. But at the same time, you know, you're kind of strapped for resources at the beginning. While
The
you're
guy
trying
don't
to
have
keep
no
boom, so
army,
you
nothing.
don't necessarily have those extra
He's
villages.
not even making
to
any
get sent to
army.
stone.
Oh man, MBL needs this win. If he gets this win, he goes to playoffs. Dogal is really struggling to keep an eye on everything. He's lost 10 eco now. There's also scouts hitting the wood line. That will lead to a couple more villager picks. And so now it's 43 vills for MBL. It's 49 for Dogal. And Dogal is to make camels into Berbers here. The Berbers have the cheaper camels. So
Okay,
he
he's
has to
making
fight this.
camels.
It won't be easy. And MBL's position looking like he prefers it, honestly.
Right. Yeah. How many stables does Dogal have at the moment to try to catch up with?
Dogal's
these
got
numbers?
3.
Okay.
Dogal's got 3, and obviously he's not going to add another TC here, so he should be able to match the numbers. And if he matches the numbers with a conversion or two, he can also take the siege. So this could turn around pretty quickly.
So yeah, MBL has to be thinking, I need to do some damage.
Okay,
so
now I have a
catch
lot
up
of time. Now I
in
can chill.
Vill count once I boom off behind
like
us, because the
cowards
chance of
and
him
then
continuing
finish
this
the
push
set.
when he's up against full cavalry could be a bit difficult.
Nice shot there from Dogal. He moved the
Even
monk
is
multiple
running,
times.
Not doing the
He
best
should
of
get a
3.
conversion as well. He does get a conversion. Now, MBL still took pretty good engagements against those camels initially. He was getting lots of hits, but Dogal holds. It's 61 pop for Dogal. MBL just kind of running away into the corner now. 2 TCs for both, or excuse me, 3 TCs now for MBL, so I guess he has the lead there. But Dogal's not finished yet.
To finish for the best
And one thing
of
to
3.
mention with this military composition going into the late game is that humans do not get heavy camel. So Dogal needs to do something to change up the
Sportsmanship.
composition.
Yeah.
Could be going to that stone and getting some Kipchaks. You probably want still a mobile unit, so that's why I thought Kipchaks, but it's still a lot of micro against those camels.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky. I think if you're going to go Kipchak, you almost needed to be on stone before, right? Maybe have like 300 or 400 in the bank, and then you can use the market to buy the castle and make the switch. I think if you're not on stone now, you can't do that. And I think Pikeman, Camel feels reasonable, but how easy is Pikeman to move across the map here when you're
Right.
pretty far apart? It's not so easy.
I love that Dogal found that extra gold on the right side there.
Oh,
His scouting is not too bad, and being able to
What a
find those extra
grandmaster.
resources that are not being attacked, having some vestige of safe economy is quite nice.
so I have a somewhat
Also
off-topic
one and
question.
done.
You live in the Netherlands now. How long have you lived there?
I've been here for 6 months, or just over 6 months. My girlfriend got a job at a university here.
Okay, so is everyone just like stupid tall there?
Yes. I like to say that because they're under sea level, they're kind of like periscopes, what you have in a submarine. So they have to grow up until they're above sea level.
That's funny, dude. Yeah, because in my experience, anytime I meet
took
someone
one
from the
game off
Netherlands,
him.
they're very,
We
very,
almost
very tall.
took one game off
Yeah,
him.
yeah,
Mhm.
absolutely. And they're all riding bikes, so they're all like taller than people walking around. So it can be intimidating for sure.
Okay,
But
got it.
we've grown to appreciate it.
Well, 3 TCs here for MBL. Still not on stone. It feels like the time, well, now we
Yeah,
will,
now
but
it's 600
it feels like the time to
seconds.
maybe think about camel archers, because this is now reaching that point. Even though Berbers are better in the camel
So now I
war,
can chill.
you don't want to overmake camels against a civ that eventually gets howled. So I like that.
Right.
But Dogao getting the relics and Dogao also on 3 TCs. This is gonna go late, dude.
Do you remember on Cross we mentioned MBL's fish traps and how he might just be building the fish traps further out to avoid attack?
Yep.
I'm thinking, given his fish traps in this match, that might actually be the case. I mean,
Yeah.
on this one, we actually have shallows, so they would be in range of military.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of interesting. It's clever.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, the other one, I guess it's more uncommon on Cross because you don't have the amphibious terrain where land units can
Right.
snipe it. But it almost felt like he calculated it so cav archers couldn't snipe them.
Mm-hmm.
But just 4 on stone for MBL and not really moving out. I mean, he's probably thinking, my civilization is better. I need this win. Let's not
humans.
throw. Like, let's not overextend. Let's take it easy. But that's also somewhat debatable, I think. And here's the camels for Dogao. I do think the humans actually can compete in the late game if they can get onto all their trash units. Because Berbers not having Halb can become a
Right.
problem.
Yeah, I'm wondering if MBL's counting on Dogao not to have the time to transition to other units.
100%.
Now, I mean, Pike and Halb isn't, the hardest transition out of all the units out there. But maybe he's thinking, this is just going to stay camels, as both camel
But he
armies
can
kinda
get heavy
trapped there in
camels.
the
I
field.
made a mistake
Yeah,
in
it's
a
a shame
match
MBL
like that.
canceled that demo. He might have been able to
I
land
was
it
so
there.
busy going for the
MBL's
camels. The
defensive
other guy
play
got
might
heavy
be something
camels.
he regrets
And
right
I-
now.
When I got to the
Because he's getting
Imperial
raided a
Age, then
little
I
bit on
figured
the
out
left.
that I don't even
Bit of
have the heavy
initiative here for
camels.
Dogao. Both players going for
It
conversions.
was too late
The
to switch
pathing's
to
honestly
the
just not
pikemen.
fun
He also
through
switched to
these
the
wood lines for
pikemen.
either player.
I don't
And
know,
more
man.
camels coming from MBL.
There
In
was
the end,
more
they
thing
both
that
get
happens
conversions.
on the
And MBL
map,
actually
too.
keeps his monks alive. So that's actually
Right.
much better for MBL.
Yeah, and he can heal up all of his units behind this as well from the little scrapes and pokes that they scimitars.
MBL really
the
needs
damage.
Town Watch, and he really needs some outposts right now. Look how
Yeah.
dark the left side of his base is. Like, that is not a position that you can react to very quickly. And Dogao's coming in with so many camels. We do see the pike switch
How many?
behind this. But Dogao,
Yeah, he's recognizing that
Yeah.
there's nothing
19
here
and
in terms of
25.
transition for
MBL has
MBL.
more camels though.
especially if you take MBL off stone, Dogao should
Mm-hmm.
recognize that that takes him further away from Camel Archer, which could hurt the
Yeah.
pikes.
Dogao
Man.
trying to take that fight on the corner of the hill. Talking about hills again. But yeah, with monks behind and those camels just being able to heal up behind, it's kind of difficult.
Wow. So Dogao has to fall back. I think him losing those monks earlier kind of hurts. You don't have as many monks to fall back to, potentially. Some great engagements for MBL. This is exactly what he needs. He's even getting... He just completed iron casting. So he's got full attack upgrades in his camels. And now MBL will see the barracks. So this is why
Right.
it's like, you make too many camels, and then you're going into pikes? Things could get really awkward for MBL.
Yeah, he must have just felt so confident thinking, I'm Berbers, my camels are cheaper, I can just spam them if my
Yeah, I'm
opponent
just switching
keeps
every
trying to
10
come forward,
seconds.
I'm
I
gonna
have to
win all
wait at
these
least
fights.
30 seconds.
Yeah, it could be interesting, though. Maybe he jumps on this now before the pikeman numbers get out of hand. He does have the
Right.
extra attack. The pikes aren't in the highest of numbers, and MBL also has the monks here, so MBL has just
The
shifted a
monks.
bunch of vills to stone behind, but he is actually going to fight this. I think MBL can win this fight.
And that TC's trying to go up as well. I
And
don't think that
No.
TC completes. Or maybe it does.
Yeah,
that one
MBL is
villager
winning
that's
this fight.
protected on the backside.
you got to remember, camels don't do a ton of damage against
Bringing
pikes.
so
They don't
many
do a ton of
pikemen
damage
on-
against vills. It's still something.
on queue.
And MBL is just going to strictly win this position with camels. That is the main gold from Dogao. Dogao couldn't take that with his boom earlier. And
Oh.
MBL, when the wins are needed, is in an amazing position now. 150 population. Dogao now down to 100. If MBL can close this out, he's going playoffs.
Yeah, and I don't know what Dogao does here. He has enough stone for a castle. It almost feels like he needed a castle there by his barracks to be able to secure that position until he had enough pikemen out. But now the pikes
Yeah.
just get converted instantly, and Dogao taps out.
Wow. So MBL does it. MBL will go second place. He's confirmed to be in the playoffs. We'll see more from him. Great series from Dogao, honestly. I obviously would have been rather disappointed in how the whole season panned out because he will be relegated now. But I think we saw a better version of Dogao today. I'm fairly confident that even if the gold groups are really competitive, Dogao will be near the top next season. But well played from MBL. I mean, he lost the first game. Things
And
looked
next
kind of
match is how
shaky at
far away?
times at the start of an evac. I wasn't 100% certain on how that would go.
30 minutes.
But it was just
Fuck.
consistency. He was super consistent with the aggression in evac. And then in this game, it felt like the opening to Castle Age was amazing, dude. He killed 10 vills, and then he just shifted everything into the boom behind.
Yeah, I don't know. MBL in the first game on Cross, it almost felt like he wasn't familiar with the map change that you mentioned. And that was the only thing that kind of threw him off his game a little bit. But
Yeah.
once he knows the map and he knows what position he is in, he can execute as well as every other top player out there.
I also think just nerves. Like, it's a very real thing for all these guys, and maybe especially MBL. He had more on the line today. I think maybe game one was also slightly more defensive, slightly less scouting because of just nerves. So props to MBL. Now, we have another series in this group. That'll be the conclusion of the day. But assuming I can load
Wait, I thought there were
data
two more
here
matches.
on the probability site,
Stato
I
one not
want
today?
to just reconfirm what that means for
Citrus,
ACCM
Nikov, and
Tato's set, but also what that means for Vinchester now.
ACCM
Because
Tato.
MBL got the job done. This is all
But
he
time
needed.
does not matter, man. They are pre-recorded.
And MBL's locked to second
Yeah.
place.
So he should stream them right
Whoever
away.
wins Tato and ACCM will be first in the
Yeah, I
group.
just
We'll go
thought
immediately
about
to
it.
the
I just
quarters.
remembered it.
And then Vinchester is
He
likely
should
out
just
of
show
the playoffs
the match, next match right away then.
unless Tato or ACCM gets swept. That's what I think I'm seeing here. Now, I'm going to double check this because maybe it's possible that Vinch can win on tiebreak.
Yeah, Tato
against one of
ACCM, they
them,
are
but I
tied on 8
think
and
he
4.
lost to them.
Yeah, it could be a pretty
I'm
even
gonna
match.
look. I'm gonna do Tato 2-1. What happens to Vinch?
9
Okay,
6.
Vinch is fourth. ACCM
Different
2-1. What
groups.
happens to Vinch? Vinch is fourth. Yeah. So basically,
And run at, yeah.
MBL second. Winner of Tato ACCM goes first.
And many
And
people
then
will leave
if
if he says it's not
the
live. If he
loser
keeps
in Tato
reminding
ACCM
the
gets swept,
audience.
they fall out of the playoffs as well. So crazy group.
So he has to play like that too.
And Colin,
that it's
I don't
live.
know if you intentionally muted.
Yeah.
I did not. The alarm went off for my cat's dinner time, and I think I muted on accident right at that moment.
All good. I could. That's cute. I can hear your cats eating right now. Dude,
Perfect.
thanks so much for joining. It was a great cast. I really appreciated it, and thanks for all the.
We'll
interest in the
literally
scene.
take a 10
I was
20 minute
supposed to
break.
ask you your favorite Age of Empires themed food.
10 15
Someone in chat
minutes.
wanted me to ask.
Oh, so I think the reason for that came up is because I'm doing something that doesn't do very well with the YouTube algorithm, but I enjoy anyways. It's
Okay.
called Meals of Empires, where I go through each of the civilizations in turn and make what I think is the historical food from that civilization from the medieval time period.
Okay.
That's a
With the caveat that I make
good
it
idea.
vegan. So when I get to like Mongols, not very accurate because it was mostly food that they were hunting. But,
Vegan
yeah,
Mongols. I mean, okay.
Exactly.
All right. That's fair.
We get to it when we get to it. I wasn't gonna change my own diet just for the sake of this series, so there is that caveat, and I tell anyone they can make a follow-up series called Meats of Empires if they want to do something that's not vegan.
Okay.
You have my blessing for that.
Dude, you gotta expand this, man. Imagine like could do like an Age of Empires meal service, bro.
I was thinking like if I brought it to a tournament somehow, like with a food truck.
What if
Being like-
I had to eat meals from the civilizations that were
Will
picked for
he
on
cast
any given
another
day?
match?
Right.
I would.
Yeah, he's casting it. The Citrus and Nikov match.
France is very big. Just walk from French Guiana all the way to New Caledonia. You can go from France to France. All right. Don't know what's going on with the draft at this moment. Up. Okay, they say they start drafting at 17:40.
It is live if they started.
So that gives us like 20 minutes probably until the game
20
starts.
minutes. So it is live.
What to do for 20 minutes?
Yeah, what the fuck, man? What to do for 20 minutes, really?
After it, jeez.
Yeah, it is live. Yeah, at least all the matches are not recorded. Some of them are because of the
I
time
don't
zones.
know fully how much time I have right this second.
Yeah,
But
but
I
what
will
will I
have
do
this
for
up on the
20 minutes,
tab,
man?
and I might dive into this today. All right.
Okay. Yeah, request from one of your mods, so not even up to me.
Yeah, I wonder who. All right. Well, hey, thanks for joining again. I'll send people your way. Appreciate it, dude. Take care.
Sounds good. Best of luck with the cast.
All right. See you.
Yeah.
All right, chat. Salutes for Colin. Also, shout out to Colin. You want to check him out? Hear about those quality Age of Empires 2 meals. It's on his YouTube channel. So just make sure you send some salutes Colin's way. Especially a couple extra salutes because technical difficulties happened, and it's a real big pain. I've been there. So it's all good, dude. We rolled with it. Everything was fine. Thank you, Colin. I met Colin in person. He's a pretty nice guy. Also, I didn't say this when he was in voice chat with me because I'm a coward. But remember I asked about the height of Dutch people? Well, in the back of my mind, I was like, I seem to recall Colin is also rather short. So it's just Dutch people being massive. Colin, pretty short guy, I think. I don't know. Sorry, Colin, are you in chat right now? Mark Gugu, don't laugh. Mark Gugu, you're short too. Mark Gugu's laughing about someone being short. I mean, come on, Mark Gugu, what are we doing? Anyways, let's not insult people's personal appearance, all right? Let's not do that. This is a professional show. We've got Sato Nikov coming up. I'm honestly pretty set. I don't think I need a break. I'm like perfect levels of everything right now, so let me just switch that scoreboard over, and we'll talk about what this means, and maybe I can do one of these AoE2 connections. The hype train is not working. I tried to set it up today, and the hype has been real. I'm not saying you guys haven't been hyped, but it's not working. But the train's been rolling anyways. Thank you so much, everyone. Sub goal's been sick. Viewership's been amazing. Welcome. Thank you so much. And I'll thank you more once the scoreboard's set. What's happening, scoreboard? Hello? There we go. Perfect. So, Sato Nikov is our next series. They're drafting now.
Yeah, just Stronghold. That's a game.
And
I thought they would just stream in a
isn't
Stronghold
actually
or
as
some
impactful
shit.
as it could have been. We thought we would have a situation
Castle
where Nikov would have to be
simulator
fighting
game.
for survival today.
Castle.
Nikov is actually in the playoffs regardless. This is basically fighting over third and second place in their group. So I think any hidden strats will probably be saved. And I'm working to get the draft up. I can't find the maps though.
And it's live too. Will War defend the
I
castle.
also should be bringing someone in to cast with this. I'm
It's like a
I'm
tower
bringing as many
defense?
different casters as I can, guys. It's been good fun.
Different
Lots of
to
talented
AoE
people
too.
around the scene. But I also have so many different people. I
Was
forget
interesting.
who I'm casting with for this one. Not that they're not special. I believe T West is coming up next. Okay, yeah, it'll be
Okay.
T West. The next series. When do we get the Nilly cast? Well, I kind of peer pressured him a little bit because I called him out on stream and he did respond to me, and we are going to cast some playoffs together. So Nilly will be joining at some point. I assume he also had interest in it and he wasn't just pressured by chat. But if he was pressured by chat, well played, chat. Very well played on that. We pressure with love and respect.
Mila Baker.
All right, they haven't started the
It's
draft
similar
yet.
to Age
Okay,
of
should we do
Empires
this
2,
AoE2
kind of,
connections thing,
but
chat?
not really.
I think we should. Yo, Hiroshi, thanks for the 10 months with Prime. Thank you, Canadian AoE. Thank you for the 2 months. Congratulations on the hockey victory, by the
What
way.
happens to my
It was well
camera,
played.
man? Why does he keep deactivating?
Not you. Unless you're like Sidney Crosby or something. That'd be sick. Proud Kebab, thanks for the Prime. It
This one
thank you
went
for the
fast.
14 months. All right, this is AoE 2
Yeah,
Connect.
Iron Mine, a weapon maker.
What am I looking at here? How to play. Okay, it's not too much reading. The goal of connections is to find 4 groups of words that share something in common. Each group consists of 4 words, and each puzzle has a single solution to play. Choose 4 words and click submit. Okay, well that's pretty self-explanatory. Create. Wait, what? Hold on. What did I just... I don't want to create. Go back. Obviously, you guys can see I suck with technology. Go back. Okay, here we go. 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 Can chat help?
AoE
Yes or
2
no?
Connect.
I feel like this should be a group effort. Too easy for me.
Something that's in a group, right?
Chat should be involved.
I kind of know about that.
All right, what is the same
God
between
Tower.
these things? Oh, man.
Korean Keep.
The fact that it's like...
Mongolian Siege Tower.
It's tricky, dude. Like Sicilian Archer. Ugh. I think everything here has legs. Nope, there's a Draman. How similar are we talking? We talking? Could it be unit cost? Like
Guard Tower? No.
It could be
Celt
unit cost.
Korean
Something
Key.
that costs wood and gold, for example. Fire galleys, wood and gold. Trade carts, wood and gold.
Teutonic
Draman is wood and gold.
Castle.
Siege towers, wood and gold.
No.
And I don't think there's anything else that's wood and gold. Right? Nah, there's bombard cannon. That's also wood and gold.
I don't know why I'm stuck on towers, man.
Like, so there can only be 4. Tower.
There's the
Tower.
Mongolian Siege Tower.
Tower.
That's the
Castle.
easiest one to see.
Is that
Castle
it?
doesn't match, man.
Also, could it be like unique units? Cataphract.
I don't know much about the game, man. That I know everything.
No, it's not
what
unique
everything
unit.
does.
Woad Raider.
What's in canon? Elite.
Condo.
But I've seen
There's only
all
3
of the
unique
units. I think. Yeah, Mongolian Siege
Our
Tower.
bases think a bit harder, for
Do
example.
they have a
what's
different
special
siege
about a
tower? I
Japanese
don't know
champion?
about that.
Well, my issue is there's... So I guess I don't know what the rules are, right? Because, like, I would go pick 4 of something that costs wood and
Just
gold.
try it at least.
Maybe
At
it's
the
attack
first
speed?
attempt.
Like Japanese champion attacks faster?
That seems too much of a
Click how to
stretch.
play? I did click how to play. I thought I already know. I just can't decide.
Yeah.
What do you think, chat? Yeah, Bulgarian Hussar attacks faster, Japanese champion attacks faster. Do Bengali elephants attack faster? Don't they have a tech? It applies to like their elephants
If it's
and their
every
Rafa?
technology, I don't know I can do
thought-
this. If I can do this.
So that's 3. Cataphract doesn't attack faster. Ah, but Byzantine fire ship. Oh, okay. Fire galley, elephant, champion, and then what was the one I'm missing here? This is way too much brain capacity for me. I'm missing one. What is it? A hussar. Okay, submit. It says 1 away. I thought it was 4. I thought we had to get 4. I thought it said 4. Did it not say 4? Maybe 4 was the example. Well, Celts have a bonus. Oh, 1 is wrong. It is 4, but 1 is wrong. Oh, okay.
Have you never
Well,
done this before?
is it maybe not the ship? Because the ship, and these are land units?
Let's do it one more time. Then I'll
Is there
extract
something else
and
that
start
attacks
again,
faster
maybe.
here? It's not movement speed, right? Like, Mongol Siege Tower technically moves faster. Brief says I just tried and finished it. Well, congratulations, you little bragger. Very helpful. Don't spoil, though. Congratulations, you're so smart. Aztec trade card doesn't move faster, right? I don't know. I'm going to remove elephant, and I'm going to go for Celt Guard Tower. Aha! Units with the fastest possible attack rate. Byzantine Fire Galley, Bulgarian Hussar, Japanese Champion, Celt Guard Tower. Okay, so it's more so like on bonuses instead of like costs. That's where I got
So
confused.
there
I was
is not a
thinking
tower one.
which things here have wood and
Because
gold
the tower
costs.
went
Well
there.
played, chat.
I had only one guess.
I'm not going to
And
take a
that
lot of
doesn't
credit for
work.
that because Arbase said, think about, for example, what's different about the champion. Arbase gave me a hint that put me on the right track, so I don't know if I can take a ton of credit for that. Let me see if they're drafting here, folks. 1 second. Ah, there's more. Okay, well, there's also a draft. So I think we should probably talk about the draft. But someone can link that in chat for those that want to check it out. That's pretty fun. That could be good content. I think that's really fun stream content, actually. But maybe it's cheating to work with 4,000 people on it. So evac is Sato's home map, and we have Nikov with fortified clearing so far.
Oh. Evacuation, fortified clearing.
Wasn't
Both
expecting
of them
Nikov
are
to
good
put
maps.
fortified clearing, but he has played really good.
Water
on it.
maps are banned. Cross is
Natural
banned.
Skeletor says T90 has voice for everyone? Question mark. Jack, can you hear me? Please don't tell me I've been muted this whole time. I think you probably just need to refresh Skeletor. I guess if you can't hear me, though, that wasn't very helpful. So it'll be Rocky Forest Game 1 for this series. Ice Tea for you. Thank you for the 9 months. Says in all caps, are you a firefighter? Because you have that mustache. No, I'm not a firefighter. Does this look like a firefighter stash? I feel like the classic firefighter stash is like... It's like, it curls a little bit, you know? Or, like, I don't know, I need to extend it further to be the real firefighter look. Someone said on a YouTube comment once that I look like a cop who knows how to cook.
He does look like a
And
cop. I don't know
that
why.
got a
Maybe
ton
I
of upvotes.
saw too
So
many movies, man.
It was oddly specific. I don't know what to
It does
think
look
about
like
that.
a cop now that I think about it. A bit, maybe. Maybe because of mustache.
Yeah,
I
a
think
cop who
that-
knows who has good cooking or something like that. That's actually accurate? How is it accurate? I don't understand, dude. I guess it's just one of those feelings. He just ran with it. Well, thank you guys. This is fun.
Fortified clearing and evacuation. First one is the Rocky Forest. So
My
no
parents
big
came into
water
town
map.
last night.
Evacuation
So
is
they're
pretty
here for the
fun
week.
water map. I don't know.
They
I
did
don't
know
hate
ahead of
that
time
one.
I would be doing Titans League every single day they're here, which is
Yeah,
kind of makes me feel
I like
a bad son.
evacuation, even if
But,
there is water.
Maybe we should have a T90 dad co-cast. You think I should bring my dad in and have him try and help me
And
cast?
just put the fucking points in, man.
My dad would know a single thing about the game. I don't think that would be very good. I don't think they'd be comfortable on
You would
certainly
like-
on
I would
camera,
not
but
like
also
playing it,
on
but
mic in
watching
front
it
of
is
so many
pretty fun, man.
scary internet people. Whoa. These are
I would
my
not like
parents
playing
were
it for sure.
terrified, dude. That would be fun, is to bring them in and say,
Yeah.
Mom and Dad, when I was in the attic talking to the computer
go out.
screen 10 years
I'll get
ago,
started.
how concerned were you for my future? If my parents were to answer honestly, they would
I'm
they
going
would
to
be
expand.
pretty clear they were very concerned. Does Dad have a stash? My dad had a
Yeah.
stash like
And you need to get the
my dad
water
had a stash
control,
in
man.
his
Because
20s
if the
and
other guy
30s,
gets the water control, he can't even
which was like
cross the
in
water.
the 70s and 80s.
It's
So
just-
I guess that
yeah.
kind of tracks. He had a
I
pretty
don't
good
know, man.
stash.
I don't like that map. I would not
But
like to
I've
play in
never
it.
actually seen my dad with a stash. I've only seen the photos.
Operator, did you bring moats?
What about your brother? Well, T90 Bro knows the game. T90 Bro, you know, he stays, he keeps an eye on it. He doesn't really watch too much anymore. But I'd love to bring my brother back for some content.
It's 30-1, man.
I'm sure a lot of people watching now enjoyed the T90 Bro content. That was fun, dude. That was fun. And T90 Bro official is not my bro, by the way. That is unofficially not my brother. Unless I don't
Yeah,
know.
I'll be
Maybe
right
my
back.
mom and dad are visiting to tell
Then
me that
start
there's a
another
brother
match.
that they never told me about. Son, we've been meaning to tell you. I'm like almost 32 years old. We've been meaning to tell you you have another brother. And that brother is in Twitch chat with official at the end of it. Yeah, but T90 bro, I think, let me check my VIPs. List of VIPs. I think T90 bro is a VIP. So if he shows up, yeah, if he shows up and chats, you'll see him. I actually could check my brother's chat history, but I think it's probably been like 4 years. I haven't seen my brother on my stream in a bit. But what we did, because he's an Omega noob, is we had a rigged map created. So my brother would have a city with like walls and 30 or 40 villagers and pre-built buildings and farms and towers and an army. And then I was given 3 villagers in the corner of the map playing Nomad. And so basically he's like, think Lowy the Legends, but 10 times lower. So he's an uber noob. And then I had to try hard to win because he actually started with a massive city. It was very fun. It was very, very fun. My favorite part about that was when I would make a scout and I would roll into his town to get to see what he was up to. Because I never knew exactly what he started with. I was never shown that ahead of time. So it was pretty terrifying to roll into town and see what he started with. But then at the same time, he was so bad. He would do some pretty funny things. So there'd be villagers walking like 40 tiles to go get some gold outside of the walls. And he's like, I don't want to spend... I already have a mining camp in my base. I don't want to build another one. Just stuff like that, you know? That stuff is on YouTube. T90 versus T90 bro. T90 bro, T90 official. I'm trying to find them. They're quite old. Many of them were pre-definitive edition. One of the titles is AoE 2 1v1 versus Noob Brother. It's funny, I searched this and I'm seeing random clickbait videos that Hera made with my name in the title that I had no clue he ever made. Classic. So let me... Do you guys want to see real quick? They're almost finished drafting here. Let me show you... Okay. Alright, so this is... I'm not going to show you the whole game. But this is where I started. I started with 3 vills and with a king in the corner. This is all I had. And then I had to play Nomad. And I'm scouting. And he has a random tower and I'm being a nerd. But he has, if you look at the mini-map, you see how big his base was? So he started with that. He didn't build that. He started with that massive base, and I started in the corner. And so I had to basically catch up. It was very fun. Good memories, man. Good times. That was in 2018. We did some other ones too. So it's fun. If we do another 24-hour, my bro will come back on. He's already down. The 24-hour, I've done like 3 or 4 different types of content that I don't do at any other time. So that's kind of my plan, but we'll see if we get there. But I don't know how many of you guys were around back then. I know quite a few of you were, actually. So, what's up, FH? FHLG, how do I say that? Fulug? Hard to say, dude. But thanks for being here at 3 a.m. What's up? I can't say names. Tish says, I'm playing Bulgarians and they always rush me with archers, XD. Well, you know, free man at arms. People know to make some archers. That's pretty fair. Yo, Yashiman, thank you. Thanks for the 5 gifted. Yeah, we hit the Stronghold goal, the Roller Coaster Tycoon goal, and we hit the Community Game Marathon. We are climbing up towards the Lowy the Legend Marathon goal. And I don't want to fully promise certain things just yet, but we hit those goals, there'll be some really fun streams. All right. Ira Drake is wondering how many sets left today. So we have this series and then one more. We have 2 more sets in total. We're going to bring T. Weston to the call here in just a second. Now, the thing to keep in mind is the only thing that can change now is their playoff position. They are both actually in the playoffs. So this is how things look in the group
I
right
didn't
now.
even
Pretty set
notice
up.
the gap
You got
between his
Hera at
sub
first.
goals.
You got
It's
Barros at
1K.
fourth. Classic
I didn't even
Pro and Velez
notice.
already
I was not
relegated in
focusing
out.
that much.
So what this could affect is essentially who they play
I
against.
thought it was 100
Sato
sub
and
gap.
Nikov are both in the playoffs.
I didn't even notice it
Nikov
was
needs a
1,000 gap
3-0 to go to the
between
second
every
place
sub
position.
goal.
And Sato just needs 1 win, and he maintains the second place position. So I'd say it's fairly likely that Sato does that.
Yes,
And
4,000
then real
viewers
quick,
and
they haven't started
7,000
yet, so I won't
subs.
call T-West just yet. But I want to bring up
I don't know, 1,000
Wikipedia to
seems
show
too
you
big of a
the
gap for me,
positions
man.
that players are falling into.
Even if I see
Actually,
it from
a
his
lot of this
position.
isn't set just yet, but I still think
But
it's
maybe
worth
he
showing.
knows it better. That
So
people
what
will
we're
do
talking
it.
Group B, right? So second place in Group B is where Sato is right now. Second in Group B would play third in Group C, which would be well, that's not set yet, but that could be Vinchester, that could be Tato, that could be ACCM. And sorry, you guys can't see everything. And then if you're in Nikov's position, if you're third in that group, you then would go up against second in Group C, which is MBL. So as it stands, Nikov is likely up against MBL in the round of 12. But that could change if he wins 3-0 today. Then he would go up against like ACCM or Tato, I think, right? Yeah. Wait. No. I got it backwards. Nikov right now is up against ACCM or Tato or Vinchester. And then Sato... Wait, what place is MBL in? I'm confusing myself. MBL is going to fall into second, right? Okay, I had it right the first time. Anyways...
Yeah, let's start it up.
The playoffs are coming, and this determines who they play in the playoffs. I'm sorry.
I can see all 3 matches, man, while earning a lot of carrots. I will have enough
get a
carrots
coffee?
that
No, I'm good.
I will never need to earn any carrots for
I'm
the
human,
whole
right?
game,
I
man.
make mistakes sometimes.
I'll be just
Yeah,
be done
Classic
with
Pro
it
has
because this is the
picked
best
yellow
way
for a
to
very
earn
long
carrots
time, Alpha Chris.
without
There's very
even
few
doing
players. You have
anything.
Classic Pro, who's always picked yellow.
Solo, no
Viper, who's
lag,
always
I can
picked yellow.
pause the game anytime.
And then he's kind of new on the block,
Just
but
watch
Mihai
something and
also
chill.
picks yellow. I think those
I
are
just
the
have
only
to
players
focus
I
on
know
the
that are
first
obsessed
round
with yellow.
maybe to get the time.
Hello.
How's it going, dude?
That's going pretty well.
Good. Did you...
Can I ask your chat a question real quick?
Oh, boy.
I want your opinion on something, and I also want your chat's opinion.
Okay.
So you know on Shoals how we have the rocks, right?
Yep.
So I was making a screenshot like for our base just to show what it looked like with outlines as I was making other changes to the maps. And this was completely an accident. I forgot to turn off the outlines behind the rocks before I updated the map. So I need your chat's opinion because I think I have a better idea because I know Dave doesn't like the outlines.
Okay.
In a map, I can make it random whether the outlines appear and make like a 10% chance that they appear just to troll Dave. Do you think, chat, do you think that's a good idea?
I mean, anything associated with trolling Dave, I think everyone's going to say yes to.
I see a bunch of ones in the chat.
Yeah, you got a couple tryhards who are like, no, randomness is bad. Randomness is bad. It's unfair, you know. But everyone else is like, yes. Let me just say, as much as I want to troll Dave, I also don't want to play really pissed that aspect is random because they randomly get hit with a demo that they thought they were going to see. So I do think we probably need to pick a lane there.
Imagine,
Yeah, I think he
imagine
will
the
do
drama
it.
if that happened.
Yeah, and then it's all Dave's fault, honestly. It wouldn't even be yours. I would just put all the blame on Dave.
True.
But so as things stand, though, the outlines are there and you added them by mistake, right? And then Dave saw it and like freaked out?
Yeah, that is what happened.
Okay. That's kind of funny. I mean, it's not that big a deal. I think it is probably slightly better for the players to have the outlines there. But Dave, I mean, I'm the same way. There's just certain things that really bother us, and we refuse to let it go, and outlines are one of them with Dave. So what are you going to do?
Well, okay, I got our base saying that he's going to defend me from Dave at the garrison.
Oh boy, okay,
Hey,
good to know.
Have you seen his costume? He has like a Woad Raider axe and everything all set up.
Oh, is that public? Can
We're
we allowed to talk
starting.
about that? I thought maybe he was going to surprise people.
Well, he just said it in the chat, so I believe it's him sharing it. So.
Oh, that's true. He says he's going to have an axe. Yeah, okay. Well, plenty of time to talk about that. Here we are, guys. Final rounds between Nikov and Sito. And we thought there was going to be way more drama in this series because we thought Nikov would need wins because Classic Pro would get wins and Barles would get wins.
What did this
But
map?
Classic Pro didn't get any wins and Barles didn't get any wins.
much
So
gold in the
Nikov
middle,
can
too.
actually get swept here. And Nikov is still at least in third place and playoffs. The only thing that really changes in this series is if Nikov gets a 3-0.
Okay, war
If
from
Nikov
sounds
wins
too
3-0, he
much,
goes
man.
to second place in playoffs, and Sito falls into third. But it's good practice for these two before they eventually move into the playoffs, T-West.
Yep, and these are our first live games, so they know the implications ahead of time, as long as they're paying attention.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we had a case. I mean, the Barles series happened after the Classic Pro series. So when he was losing 3-0, he didn't know that Classic Pro also lost 3-0, so he probably felt horrible because he was thinking Classic Pro would get a win or two.
Yeah, especially some of the sets that are played as Rex. So you might see someone else's Rex cast, and then go back into your set thinking, oh, okay, this is what I need, and then all of a sudden you have a different result.
Yeah, agreed. So, I think
Oh yeah, you
the
can do
matchup is actually more along the lines of what I thought we were going to
You
see
can
before
fully
the
wall it
season
up.
started.
It's this map.
I thought we would see
Yeah,
Magyars
I
all the
remember
time
this
because
map
of the great
because of the
scouts,
stone.
and then
You can't
Hindustanis
wall it up.
for the same. But we've actually
would be
seen
a
a lot
small
of like
gap.
skirm spear play. We've seen Byzantines, we've seen Armenians, we've seen Lithuanians, and then of course we've seen like Romans and Chinese. So one of the rare instances where I actually think it might be Scout Opening v Scout Opening on Rocky Forest.
Yeah, and kind of interesting with how much we have seen Cav Archers throughout a variety of maps that finally we're going to get a Magyars game here.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like it. They don't have the eco. That's the concern. But it feels like a map that's kind of perfect for them. Of course, any map where you can fully wall, Magyars get way worse, but you can't do that due to the rocks. Funny thing about Nikov, I think chat will appreciate this. So, Nikov, well, I guess the first aspect of this isn't funny, just interesting. But he did a lot of training with his teammates on the Wonders team, and then also just young up-and-coming Argentinians. So Nikov, honestly, and I told him straight up, I said he should be really proud of himself because what Prisma and Lucho have accomplished, I think, is because Nikov is spending so much time, like, supporting them. And so Lucho played really well in Gold and will be Platinum next season. So after that, I went to Nikov, said all those things, like, bro, a lot of this is because of you. Like, it's clear, like, this next generation of Argentinians doing really well. And Nikov goes, I'm so happy for them. He goes, I'm sick of people saying that he's the next Nikov. He goes, guys, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not retiring. He goes, stop retiring me. Stop acting like I'm going to the retirement home. So I thought that was funny. I hadn't told chat yet.
Oh, man. Nikov going to feel what it's like to be doubt soon.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. And Nikov also said, like, it's so funny to listen to him. I mean, he was in Gold before, after getting relegated. And he was like, I've experienced that hell before. I don't want to go back.
He knows what it's like.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen to good players. And every time, the good players that go down are really disappointed. And then they bounce right back, you know, and they get the wins. And
let's finish this. I will just never run out of
And
time.
I mean, speaking of good players, I'm looking at Nikov's elo. He's been grinding on the ladder. He's at 2885.
Yeah, he's
according to
insane.
Cav Rage. That is really high up there.
Yeah, he's insane. And also finding time to do practice sets as well. So, like, he really
For
takes
TTL, right?
it seriously. So, and I thought that Nikov sneakily had an amazing year in 2024. Now, a lot of that was the few team game tournaments we had. It felt like he filled that captain role wonderfully. But in a lot of those tournaments, there was the 1v1 portion where he dominated. And yeah, I think in the past, you'd think Nikov would throw some games, or Nikov would like forget eco upgrades and kind of struggle to play the long game.
now I
But
can
he's kind of
chill
fixed all
out.
those problems.
Now I have a lot of time left.
Yeah, we always talk about Nikov and the eco
And they're already at
upgrades,
the feudal age
but
now.
it's not that much of a meme anymore. We see he's clicking double bit axe as soon as he gets up to feudal.
Yeah, he literally got bullied by Twitch chats into becoming a better macro player. So I think it shows that bullying does work. I also can speak to that. My farms are actually way better because I got sick of people making fun of me for it.
Ah, okay, okay. I gotcha.
I mean, I also know there was the one time I was playing Vikings on Arabia like 3 or 4 months ago. You happened to be casting my games. Everything else was happening. I was at a total civ disadvantage, but I was destroying, and you zoomed in on that one farm. Do you remember that?
Definitely.
Yeah. So, you know,
if it's one tile off, everyone's gonna see it.
Yeah. Well, it is scouts here for Nikov. Thanks for that, by the way. And it's going to be scouts from Satil.
Hey, just be happy to eat islands isn't in the map pool.
I'm trying to scare people off from my actual island strategies. So, it's a weird one. I just haven't seen a lot of this. So I'm actually still gathering some information myself on how players are going to need to address this. I mean, technically, you shouldn't have to be that concerned if you're Sato right now. You do have some spears, but he's going to go for the safe play. And regardless of opening, I've really liked the early tower on the wood line if it's near the gold.
Yeah,
and it is.
Up, man.
So it kind of blocks off that whole area now.
Yeah, and especially against the scout plus spear combination, it basically just keeps the spears away to the point where now your spears are just going to be able to defend, and you're not going to have to worry about any scouts getting into that area.
Yeah. Now, Nikov's gold is not near where he's taking wood. So if he were to tower his wood line, his gold is then exposed for later. He's got a spear at home defending as he's just knocking on the walls. But as long as Nikov pulls away the scouts here... Oof, that's brutal. That's absolutely brutal.
You were saying?
Yeah.
Oh, that's absolutely not what you want there with getting hits on the scouts from those spears. And he took so much damage on that second scout, too.
Yeah, and it's a frustrating situation. I think this is actually why, like, what we're seeing is why we've seen a lot of skirm play, spear skirm, because you can play defensive enough where the opponent can't do damage, even with the Magyaris against the scouts. And then it eventually just turned into some players saying, well, I just won't even make the scouts.
Yeah. And also something I've been seeing from players these days in scouts builds is sometimes they skip horse collar just to get a couple more spears out. Now we have Sato doing horse collar and Nikov skipping it. I know it's Nikov in an eco upgrade, but
yeah,
that will come back to bite him in that castle ace transition when he's not going to have quite as much wood available.
Yeah, I've seen this a couple times. I mean, the reason you don't see horse collar early on these fast builds is so you can get the timing on the scout numbers, but then also the archer range. But if you have the cheap scouts, I really would like to see horse collar come in. And Sato has that. Sato snagged a villager. And again, it's just an issue for Nikov right now. He didn't do enough offensively. He then lost that scout. And now he's trying to transition into archers, and Sato's already doing that. So this is a very good start for Sato.
Yeah, and it's tricky because now that gold, as you said, isn't near a wood line. And just, being a few extra tiles away where a tower wouldn't be able to defend both makes it such a much more difficult map for Nikov to play.
Yeah, I think Nikov correctly realizing he needs a few more scouts. Sometimes you have to fight that feeling, and you're worried about being later to Castle Age, but
yeah, now I think I have a better...
Alternatively, you could have a good Castle Age time, but you could just lose everything before you get there if you don't have enough army. So I like the additional scouts for Nikov.
Yeah, it's an extra tricky decision when you're against a camel civ like the Hindustanis, because then it feels like if you overinvest into scouts, a couple of camels come out and just kill your scout or light cav army in early castle.
Yep, agreed. Now, does Nikov know about the range? He hasn't been over there. He saw the range a while ago. So he should know that something's coming. But he doesn't see it yet. Walling around the gold. Now, this is what you can do. If you get the walls to the edge of the map, your gold's protected. and then you can still tower the woodline and the berries on the other side.
Ooh, nice quick wall there from Nikov to keep the Vil alive.
Pretty rare that you see the idle eco count so similar. It's 244 to 247. It was actually 244 for both. So,
well, you know, it feels like when you have a scouts build, it's something that's very clean most of the time, and players aren't going to have much idle time. And then it's just moving the eco around pretty simply. You get the farms, you get the wood line, and as long as you're defending the spears, it's not like you're spending a lot of time running vills from archers or quick walling or having your eco idled.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, it's just not something I look at that frequently, honestly, unless games get really messy. It's been pretty clean. Sato just tried to split scouts there to pull Nikov out of position. Nikov didn't allow it to happen, and Nikov should complete the walls. Sato still hasn't moved out with the archers. I would almost like to see him loop to the south and not go to the middle right now. That could be interesting.
Yeah, it's always interesting because it's hard to scout both sides of your opponent's base with how big the wood line is, and you don't know how walled Nikov is down there to the south.
Yeah. Yeah, and you also don't know, did Nikov tower? Like, if Nikov towers that wood line, and that's the direction you sneak with the archers, you're not going to feel like it's a good move. This is actually great for Nikov. Just seeing those archers, knowing they're not headed to his base, will make him feel very comfortable.
And I will know my invisibility is running out when that
Also,
ability runs out.
2 blacksmiths for Nikov, so he's going to get those upgrades pretty quickly.
Oh, yes. Double blacksmith. He just wanted to be extra walled with the blacksmiths there.
Yeah, I mean...
the thing is, he's mega heroes too, so he gets the 1 upgrade for free. He really doesn't. If there's a civ you don't need double blacksmith for, it's the mega heroes.
Hey, you just wait, all right? You just wait. He's gonna be getting 2 upgrades at once at some point. So I think that's another tiny example of how Nikov's maybe not 100% sharp right now. Sato seems to be a bit cleaner with some of his decisions and transitions so far.
A nice job by Nikov picking a Vil on one of those farms away from the TC.
Yep,
He's gonna go for another.
That's another one. And so Nikov heard me say that he hasn't been sharp, and that's what Nikov can do. That was sick. Well played. This will be crossbow war for both.
Has one more.
There's more archers for Sato. Sato will be in Castle Age a bit faster, but it's not a significant amount more. But micro's going to matter here. There's still no tower for Nikov. So if he doesn't win this fight, he's going to be in a horrible position, and one of his archers goes down. I think he was trying to kill a villager again.
No, I missed it, man.
And so he lost the archer.
Yeah, this is extra tricky because now Sato has his scouts forward and supporting the archers, and Nikov immediately goes to throw up a tower.
Yep, that's smart. You have to. Good recognition. He tried to hold off on it so he could drop the TC later, but he has to drop this tower. Sato sees it. Sato won't have his upgrades for another couple seconds. And that's actually well played from Nikov. He doesn't lose a Vil. The tower does complete. He shouldn't lose an archer as long as he runs side to side. But now Sato should know that the gold's exposed.
And he's heading right over towards it. Nikov didn't really wall far enough away that the crossbows can't harass the villagers, so he's going to need to keep his army occupied trying to defend there.
And
he should be okay at this point.
I mean, Sato's just beating him to all the things that you would want here. He does lose a crossbow. He does lose another crossbow.
That was big.
Really nice micro from Nikov. Nikov needed that. But Nikov will now need to out-micro ballistics here. He can do it, but if he doesn't do it, he's going to lose all of his gold and maybe lose the entire game, and ballistics is already paying off. Such an awkward position right now if you're Nikov TOS, but he now knows ballistics is in. Those volleys told him.
Yeah, he's dodging.
Wow.
He's going to get just enough crossbows down that his scouts will come back and save him.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, he'll get the kills. He has ballistics on the way. He kills these crossbowmen. Sato only has 6 or 7 units back at home. And Nikov, impressive holds. What a player,
Had
man.
to throw up a tower, but other than that, he is safe, and now slightly larger army than Sato has. We see the 3rd range for Sato. He's also pumping out crossbows.
My apologies, but apparently my cursor has not been visible the entire day, or maybe that just changed. I can only apologize for that. I obviously can see my own cursor, so didn't realize.
I know that feeling.
Yeah, it's.
I know that because sometimes I turn the cursor off to record stuff in OBS, and then you forget to turn it back on.
Yeah. Yeah, and then, at least in my case, it's a difference between what I see and what a viewer might see, so that's a screw up on my part. All right, so Cav Archer switch for the Magyars. This is your go-to unit. In this matchup, you're going to want those CA, but you need Bloodlines for these to be really tanky, and I'm just not really having that much faith in Nikov's economy as well. It's 2 TCs for Sato, and cheap Hindustani villagers, great eco upgrades for him, could potentially be on the 3rd TC, and he's also making skirms. So if he can get to Elite Skirm and Crossbow, CA might not be able to find too much value here.
Yeah, and Nikov also still is kind of pinned in his base to defend that gold if the crossbows come forward again.
I think Nikov just... This is the product of having to switch into CA so late. He doesn't have the numbers to necessarily match. He's really concerned about taking the engagements. And Sato, looking pretty good. 51 Vils versus 48. Knows the Cav Archer transition's coming. Has the time to go for Elite Skirm. We see a lot of instances where people don't have the time to make a transition. Or when they do make the transition, they've lost all their army while they're making it. So, I like this from Sato.
Yeah. And Nikov in that workshop going for the Mangonel, which is kind of a more interesting decision these days for the Mangonel versus the Scorpion because he already has ballistics in.
Yeah.
And that does, of course, apply to the Scorpions now.
Look at this from Sato, though.
Loop around a counterattack.
It wasn't like Sato placed this just over the last 30 seconds. He knew that this could eventually happen, and he preemptively house-walled towards that TC for, you know, this circumstance. That's really well played from Sato. Still taking Nikov off of that gold. Needs to keep his crossbowman alive.
Oh.
And he will keep some alive anyways. But Nikov needs a bigger shot than that. Nikov needs to kill the crossbowman. There's also some skirms underneath his tower right now. And Sato, 5 villager lead still. Just not so certain about skirms underneath the tower. I don't know if that's actually accomplishing a lot.
He does at least have the armor on them, but they're under the TC too.
Yeah.
I mean, they did get a couple of ills. I do see 3 or 4 dead bodies there.
I mean,
forced a lot of idle time.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I think the idle time maybe is worth it. My concern for Sato is, can he deal with the siege with his current army comp? Like, double Mangonel is actually very threatening, and he might need a siege workshop of his own.
Yeah,
remember, you can't make knights with the Hindustanis, so it's not like that can help you against 2 Mangonels.
Yeah, and it's not like he has any scats left over to turn into light cap. You already lost them.
Yeah. No horse collar for Nikov. 3rd TC's coming up. Sato runs into a Mangonel shot. He wants this position for the siege workshop. If Nikov advances forward, though, Nikov could potentially deny this. Sato kind of boxing him out right now.
Yeah. And Nikov even has those Vils forward to repair the Mangonels. So this is going to be a really tricky fight for Sato.
Yep, agreed. And Nikov knows that Mangonel's weak, and he needs the repairs. He does get the repair. But Sato's losing his crossbows. Sato's siege workshop completes. Nikov only 8 Vils behind, and Sato losing his army control in the middle. He does have another army of skirms and crossbows near the gold, but Nikov has found other golds.
Yeah, Nikov's micro has been much better this game on the army
killing the deer
attacks as he right-clicks the deer.
Yeah.
But he is, look at that KD, he's now 46 to 28, and that's all due to taking better fights and defending at home. Now, there's a few skirms he needs to defend against, but being walled there by the gold is okay, as he now has a TC on the other gold, so he can abandon that for now and just focus on the army at the front.
Pretty crazy micro from Sato here, though, and the villager's not around anymore from Nikov to repair. And the fact that he got the siege workshop up gives him so much potential. Lands another really big shot. The Cav Archers have to run home. And the small army from Sato is now through. And it probably won't kill too much, but it is something, and it's just more reactions for Nikov. So Sato can go for TC number 4.
Yeah, that's when we saw Nikov taking that Mangonel shot when their army was moving in on the back. And that's kind of the reason why, in that fight where Sato is microing, you do see the Scorpions these days. It's just people have gotten so good at out-microing the Mangonels that having ballistics on the Scorpions lets them get better hits.
I think the problem is My feeling on Scorpions right now is early Castle Age Scorpions are still very weak because one Mangonel or two Knights get at it and everything dies.
Why
But
do
when you have
why
an
my
eco like
hero score
this,
points, man?
this is actually the time where you can go like, you know, ballistics, double workshop, and at least with certain civs get to the numbers. But I think it just felt so... It felt difficult before for Nikov to find a way out of this. Mangonels felt like the best option, but the second he lost his army control in the front, this is just falling apart for him. Man, he also...
Nice outposts for Sato so he can see the raid and garrison and only lose one vill.
Yeah, I was just going to say, that is where Nikov's army is right now, and he needs damage, but he can't find it with the TC being garrison.
Yeah, that house wall you mentioned is really nice for Sato. This map can come down to finding ways to wall despite the one tile of rock.
Yeah. Oh, look at the micro there from Sato. Saves his Mangonel, also dodges the other Mangonel shot. Man, he's playing fantastic. And so I'm kind of feeling like, with all this map control for Sato, this is his game to lose. 4 TCs, so the Vill lead should definitely be his.
Yeah.
I think that the next thing you're missing here, if you're Sato, is a castle in the middle.
Yeah. And also, all the gold is in the middle, so once you run out of your main resources, you do need to get there, and castles there can be really strong, especially if you can then get imp faster and win an initial Trevor. You basically deny all of the gold from your opponent.
Crazy value. That army on the outside still harassing. Will actually snipe the monk in the final moments there too. And then Sato's
so
also taking
irritating,
incredible fights on the front here. And, well, T-West, I apologize. I'm sure you can see the direction this is possibly going. And I also had fast forward on. So, yep, Nikov took some bad fights. Loses Mangonels. And resigns.
I see a Mangonel shot. And there's GG. Okay. He loses 2 Mangonels in one shot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really rough at this point. 30 military behind, still an army from Sato in the back. He has no way to get map control, and I think a small part of this is he also knows that he's already in the playoffs, so maybe a little less fight considering that knowledge.
Yeah, and also, you kind of see how rough the Civ matchup can be for the Magyars if they're not in a position to go kind of heavy scouts and make it like messy and feudal. Just that eco discount on the vills for the Hindustanis. That 4th TC being added in from Sato while still having a smooth eco gives them such a nice advantage here.
Yeah, I think Horsecollar plays a pretty big role in that. You save a lot of wood. And
yeah, that too. Because Nikov, like mid-Castle Age, he didn't even have Horsecollar.
Yep.
So he was reseeding farms the whole time.
Yep, I'm with you. I think if you're going scout opening here, you got to squeeze it in. I do think, though, that Sato just played the cleaner game. And even though Nikov's micro was really good, and he had like a 20 kill lead at one point, Sato reversed that. KD ended up being even in the end. So in terms of placements, the next 2 games don't actually affect anything. Sato will be second in the group. Nikov will be third, but $40 on the line and some good high-level Age of Empires.
Yep. And do we have their opponents locked in yet, or is that still to be figured out?
I think that's still to be figured out. They would be... I'm going to look real quick. This is Group B?
Yeah, Group B. So 3rd in Group B faces 1st in Group D. So in all likelihood, that would be Nikov against... or faces a 2nd in Group C.
Yeah,
in all likelihood, Dark gets the bye for the next round there. And Group C is looking Winchester or MBL of perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps, exactly.
Group C is crazy. We have 4 players within 1 point.
Yeah, Group C, 3rd place could be ACCM, 3rd place could be Tato, 3rd place could be Winchester, and that all is determined today, so we don't really know. But yeah, game 2 now, and about 50 seconds. So when that set comes up, winner of Tato ACCM will take 1st in that group, and then if any of those players get swept by the other, they are pushed out of playoffs. And Winchester goes 3rd. But Winchester will not be playoffs if Tato ACCM is a 2-1. So that's the situation. And MBL's guaranteed to be 2nd. So it could be like I think someone's saying Nikov MBL round of 12. I think that's set because Nikov is third in this group and MBL is set to be second in that group. So that would be fun round of 12. Yeah.
That will be.
I think. I'm going off the top of my head here, but
if they're set.
Yeah.
I'm looking at how did MBL Vinchester go? Yeah, MBL won the tiebreaker against Vinchester.
Yeah.
So he would be second no matter what.
MBL's asking. MBL says, "Why am I guaranteed second if MBL gets the same points as me?" Let me look at it real quick.
Well, Tato, if Tato gets 1 point, then he is above MBL though.
Yeah,
But
so,
he has one
so
less loss.
we don't really have time to really look at it right now, but I can explain the tie breaks so people know. So if someone is tied,
Maybe that's
so
why.
first off, it's games won as the very first thing, and then if you're tied on
games
games won, the set wins is the next tie break. So like 3 set wins, 4 set wins, 2 set wins, whatever. If that's also tied, then it's the head-to-head. So when the players played each other, who won that series? So in the case
nice.
of MBL, in that other group, I'm trying to remember now. MBL beat ACCM, so he would be ahead in the head-to-head tiebreak at least. And then Tato, MBL, Tato won, so Tato would be ahead in the head-to-head. And then there's this weird thing, T-West. If there's like a quadruple tie or a triple tie, there's actually another layer of tiebreak involved, which you don't normally get into.
Past the third tiebreaker.
Wow. Okay, so it'd go past the third tiebreaker. Sick. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So I'll tell you that yesterday, I was casting Rage Arena, and there was a group where the teams were Viper, Doubt, Tato, and Valis, and everyone had beaten Valis 2-1, and we had a situation where Doubt beat Viper 2-1, Viper beat Tato 2-1, and if Tato had beaten Doubt 2-1, we would have had an exact 3-way tie, and the tiebreaker would have been Captain's Play 1v1 Arena. And that would have been a problem for me because I only made the map for 4v4 and I didn't actually make the map for 1v1s. So I would have had to very quickly update the map to support 1v1s if Tato had pulled out the set 2-1.
That's funny. Well, it's interesting, like that we might. I think this might be the first time. I mean, potentially that we go beyond the third tiebreak in Titans League. I don't know if it's ever happened before, because usually it just gets decided on head-to-head. So I guess we'll find out. T West, Sato has 2. Oh, he did it. He actually got the deer off the edge of the map. I was about to get on my soapbox about the deer change, and he fixed it, and everything's good.
Okay. Yeah, because I did alter that for Acropolis, because I saw the deer were consistently by the edge, and I moved them off of the edge for that map. I haven't seen it too much anywhere else, and at least on this map, like you have that extra time to push it in case it does run there. It's like sometimes it's not at the edge, but then you scare it to the edge when you're pushing the other deer. So
yes, and then it's hard. Right now, it's hard to get them off the edge. So thankfully, everything's fine. Again, the stakes here, Sato and Nikov's positions are set. Still $40 per win, and lots more money and pride on the line here. Bit of practice as well. There's no practice better than the actual tournament. Practice sets are just not going to replicate the feel of any nerves. But pretty classic matchup here. Bohemians, Burgundians. Honestly, some people consider this to be the closest matchup. I think I prefer the Burgundians if the Bohemians aren't aggressive. I'm not sure what you think.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to think about this map having 9 relics, where that can really benefit the Burgundians to collect 5+, and it's not that hard to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, like, I think about it in terms of approach. What the Burgundians want is they want to be able to use their cheap cavalry and boom. And on a map that has the outer area and the inner area, unlike Arena, I prefer the Burgundians. Now, if this was just Arena, I'm pretty involved in the... Well, I'm not involved in the clown scene, but, you know, I know their opinions, right? I'm well aware of their takes. And most of the clowns are actually going to prefer the Bohemians, and I think that's just because Bohemians are slower, and on Arena you only have the middle area, not the outside.
Right. Yeah, and Burgundians do take a while. We already see that that eco upgrade added in for Sato there on the lumber camp, and now we see Horse Collar coming in, And just spending that food on the eco upgrades in the Dark Age, yeah, you're getting the upgrades, but they're not really helping your food income, and you just have to click up just a bit slower, even though it's discounted. It's still food you're spending on something other than vills, and you have to adjust your build for it.
Isn't it always interesting when one of the wall pieces doesn't have a flag on it where you're expecting it? Like the wall on the left for Sato.
Oh yeah, so what he did there, he placed a wall, and then he realized he didn't need it because the trees were already closed.
Yep.
So he deleted it, and then he didn't get a flag on it.
Yeah, exactly. So the game like doesn't re-add the flag for the end piece. But yeah, when I occasionally see that, I assume there's a hole in a wall. But yeah, there's not.
It's kind of tricky to tell because of all the hill there.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna click. It's you can't click walls and trees on the same time in Capture Age, so I'm just gonna hope that that's Sato checked.
Yeah, you just have to look at the corners. I'm pretty sure those corners are touching, and I'm sure Sato would have checked. So.
Do you remember the old feature where you could click the flare button and get the wall to hover over and check?
Weakville, actually. Weakville. Nikov should take that villager. Sato has to quick wall her, and Nikov will know there's going to be a quick wall, so you have to try and block and delay your hits, actually, just to try and screw him up here. Oh my goodness, that was sick.
That was, and now's the tricky thing, because you can leave the scout there and just kind of keep the Vil idled, or you can run away and try to actually scout with the scout.
Yeah. I think you didn't take much damage on your scout, and if you're going up this fast in Nikov's position, you should know the Burgundians aren't going to compete with that uptime. So I think you can stay. It's really good awareness from Nikov. Like if the roles were reversed here and it was Burgundians attacking the Bohemian villager, the scout would leave because the Burgundians are normally up a bit later. But now that's at least one idle Vil, and Sato might not. Sato's gonna have to like send something over to save her, or she's just stuck there forever.
Yeah, and again, the uptiming difference means that his scout isn't going to be futile for a good 50 seconds or so.
Yeah.
So he's not able to fight Nikov's scout for a while.
Yeah, there is a barracks for Sato, kind of expected, right? So he could eventually make a spear too. I think he'll just bring his own scout over, and she is actually added a gate to save herself, and Nikov's just gonna let her go.
Yeah, that's one of the things I love about quick walling, when you replace a wall with a gate, and you instantly make another tunnel for the Vil to survive.
So we were rudely interrupted by the villager being exposed, but yeah, dude, that was super cool. So we can't do it these days, but basically the way we used to cast, we didn't use an external program. We would use like a mod that would go over the game. And on Voobly, there was a hotkey that you could press, and it would actually let you hover with a wall piece like you were playing, and you could check to see if there were holes instead of just relying on vision. So that was amazing. You could just be like, oh, is there a hole there? Grab the piece of wall and try and place it like you're the player. I kind of missed that, but I don't think that's possible.
This is a Vil versus scout fight, and a Vil goes down for Sato on that blacksmith.
Yeah.
It's a nice job by Nikov.
She lived.
A Vil.
She actually could go down here.
Oh yeah, the other Vil could go down too.
Yeah.
Oh, and Sato's just gonna wall her in. Well, now Sato knows that the scout is inside his walls, so he can just chase that scout and keep the Vils alive. And look at this quick wall from Sato. He's not taking any chances that a diagonal hit kills the Vil over the palisade, so he has a third palisade.
Ah, true. Interesting. And Nikov should know his scout's eventually going to go down. He's just hoping that she is running back home. And, the gate blocks the pathing. And, yeah, that villager will not die. That's slightly risky, maybe. Slightly risky. Slightly.
Now one hit kills the scout. She's fine.
I think he deleted that. He deleted... Nikov deleted the scout. Bro, at least click the Vil and try and kill it. That's funny. he'd rather die by his own hand.
And he's doing a monastery. So Nikov doesn't have loom either, but he's sending a lot of Vils over to the gold.
Oh my god.
And he's on stone.
Look at... Dude, Nikov's gonna go full clown. He's gonna go full clown here. Someone says he killed it. Did he kill it? No, he didn't kill it. No, he deleted it. Guys, he deleted it because he thought you all would laugh, and now people aren't laughing. So everyone laugh. he thought chat's gonna think this is really funny. I'm already in the playoffs. I'm gonna lose the scout anyways. I can't wait to rewatch this later. And everyone's like, well, why did he do that?
Well, we have the castle up at home for Nikov, so not able to go forward with it. And we're just gonna have a double monastery monk defense from Sato. And maybe something you don't think about as much with the Burgundians because their eco and their boom is so good, but they actually have a really good monk rush.
Yeah.
So if he wants to go double monastery defense, he can very easily add in redemption, atonement, and afford all the upgrades with his good eco.
This is amazing adaptation from Sato. If you play just straight scouts against a castle play, you are going to struggle massively. But he's going to stay 1 TC and go double monastery. This wasn't part of his initial plan. This is all after he scouted the castle from Nikov. And Nikov is expecting this only to be light cav. So for the time being, Nikov thinks as long as he gets a couple wagons to protect his monks, he's going to be fine.
And the good thing is Nikov doesn't have a stable. He just went straight for the castle and monastery, so there aren't going to be any light cav to pick off monks unless they get converted.
Yep, that's true. So Nikov playing this how I think a lot of high-level arena players would play it if it was arena. Fortified clearings obviously a bit different, but he's going for the full clown mode. Sato dropping TC number 2, but he needs redemption if he wants to convert these wagons. It's still pretty far away from being able to get that. I actually think it can be so annoying sometimes as Sato comes through. He wants the monk,
I'm
and
back,
he will
man.
get it.
Gets it.
There's nothing more annoying than when you're playing with Nikov's approach, and then your opponent gets redemption, and you have to then research redemption to convert your own wagons back.
Right.
That's so frustrating.
Well, in the long run, if there are lots of monks added, Nikov does have access to heresy, and Sato doesn't.
Yeah,
So
true.
Sato has to be careful that it doesn't get too clowny with the monks.
Yeah. Nikov also converted the light cav, which is actually quite helpful. But I don't know if he necessarily is thinking there's going to be that many monks. He still hasn't seen them. And redemption's now on the way for Sato. So the best time for this to work is the first time. Sato also has sanctity. Nikov is thinking this is just light cav and boom from Sato. Let's see. Redemption's in. The conversions could happen. And Nikov's probably like, what? Are you kidding me? And you could tell he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do. And so he thought he could get away with killing a monk. Tried it, then backed away and loses 3 wagons. Brutal.
That is amazing for Sato. And just after Nikov had added in a petard, so he wanted to go in, and now he's not going to be able to.
A disaster for Nikov. Absolute masterclass from Sato. Goes for the 3rd TC now. You know, at this point, Hera's already first in the group, but Sato could have definitely taken first place. He had an opportunity in a game against Hera. I think he was a little tentative. He could have won that game. I remember another game he let slip away. He's had a really good season. Now Nikov's stuck. You've gone for the aggression. Your wagons won't work because it's been neutralized by the monks. You don't have as easy an opportunity to stop Sato from getting relics because all you really have is that 1 light cav. And the light cav won't be enough. I think that monk will actually survive.
To be fair, Nikov did get 2 relics, and he hasn't fallen behind in eco right now. He's actually ahead by 1 vil, and only just now is Sato adding in the 3rd TC. So the 2 monastery investment actually is a pretty big investment into grabbing the relics, and so far it's only a 1 relic lead.
Yeah, and I think if Nikov can still build up the wagons and maybe get atonement to convert the enemy monks, there's still some chances here. But that is a lot of monks from Sato. I really like that. This is an example where some players would be too stuck on the meta, and they would just play light cav and boom. And honestly, most players might. So his recognition of how to play against this is just perfect. And we have chemistry now from Nikov. Okay, so Castle Age chemistry.
And a barracks. So this could be hand cannons.
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't talk about this, but there's 2 golds in this right side. This right side is so valuable. There's very little space over here compared to the other side. And there's those golds. And now Sato sees that Nikov's bringing his wagons over this way.
And Sato had 2 vills there that are going to run into a bear
Need
for the
workshop.
workshop.
Well, I like the
But
workshop.
at least, yeah, it's a bit sneaky. But you're at the point now, if Nikov is going to go archery ranges and hand cannoneers, how do you fight that in the Castle Age? Because they have enough damage that they kill monks, and they also kill mangonels.
Well, but do they kill monks with this many monks? Dude, Sato's got 11 monks with 4 more in the queue. You wouldn't expect it, but these monasteries have just been producing nonstop. He also has the outposts, so he won't be surprised in the middle. I am just, again, continuously impressed with how Sato is playing today.
Yeah, now Sato's sending 2 monks to the left side to pick up 2 relics, while also grabbing the 1 from the right. So it will be at least 3 relics for Nikov, but then 3 to 6 with all the relics on this map.
Man, if he could snag some vision upgrades on these outposts and see those archer ranges, that'd be so good. Man, the Lycav went through and saw the university,
Here's the archery range.
and now the outpost could give him vision of the petards and the hand cannons coming forward. There's only 2 hand cannons for Nikov.
What would 2
Nikov, your
petards
petards
do?
and your hand
enough.
cannons could get converted.
He's going to have to run away and garrison again.
Yep. Nikov's stuck. Like, he can't go to the right because there's the siege push starting. And then if he goes to the middle, there's a whole bunch of monks that see everything he's sending. Not an easy spot to be at. And yeah, Sato's outposts give him the vision on this. He knows exactly what Nikov's going for. What do you do
And
here?
at home against Sato with a line of 3 TCs right through the middle of his base. So it's going to be hard without even a mangonel to do damage here.
Yeah, I don't know. But these days, I imagine Sato, like other players, has probably been practicing control groups with the monks. Now, it doesn't pan out here. Did I miss Devotion? It feels like Devotion might be in for Nikov.
Nope, it's not.
Wow.
And cannons just, they're good against monks in the Castle Age.
Yeah.
It's actually insane how, like, with how much damage they have at 7 range.
Wow, I was expecting
Not
more
quite like
conversions
Dragon
there.
Air,
Very good.
Like, I thought there'd be 3 or 4 more conversions there, and Sato would be completely fine, but now he needs to panic a little bit and drop some towers in his base. Nikov's still distracted, though. That monk drops off the relic before he goes down. That's relic number 5. There's mangonels and monks and a wagon on the outside. Just love the outside pressure from Sato. Makes it so much more difficult for Nikov to push.
But I actually like the ram from the workshop. Nikov could try to steal these relics.
Okay.
Right, it's 6 relics, but it's right underneath where his
Will
push is
Nikov
happening.
take it out?
I think
take it
if he has a group of hand cannons and rams right now, it could be good. But his hand cannons are on the back, which is exactly where Sato wants them. Nikov has to respect this. He will probably kill this off. 1 mangonel down, 2 mangonels down, and then the wagon should die as well.
Perfect. The hand cannon is just
played.
so much damage.
Yep.
Mangonels, you can't use them in the Castle Age. They just die right away. They don't have the HP that like an Onager does to tank a hand cannon round.
Unfortunately, though, like that is an acceptable loss if you're Sato because there's no army to support the ram.
Yeah.
And he's about to be an imp. And the monasteries will still have the relics. And now Nikov gets devotion.
And devotion, but also he has a Vil lead.
Yeah, and
he can
killed a lot of monks.
and just do hand cannons.
Yeah, he's killed a lot of monks. Imp is scary, but if you already have hand cannons, in Castle Age, it's not too bad. It's not like you have to wait for a strong unit to be available. I think Nikov, he's actually doing this now. The hand cannons are sniping more monks. Devotion pays off. The Rams already ejected some of the relics.
He's killed so many monks with them.
Yeah. All that gold income that you're going to get from the relics slowly disappearing here, and Nikov making it messy. Nikov still has not clicked Imp, though, and now Cavalier's out.
Cavalier. So, yeah,
but it's not like Sato's up to 40 or 50 on food right now. He only has 24.
They got the Castle Age Cavalier, I think, right?
Nikov's starting to add in some barracks, and you'll have to go Castle Age Pikemen now against the Cavalier. Which, I mean, as the Bohemians, isn't even that bad. They do still get extra bonus damage.
Yeah. And look at Nikov's hand cannons kill more monks on the right side. So this is just a situation where I think we were expecting, if the game is played perfectly, big shot. But if the game is played perfectly, that the conversions were going to come in, and they just didn't for Sato. So it's got to be it's got to be something other than monks now.
Yeah,
for
now
him
the
to win this
Cavaliers
game.
are coming out. He's making the
Yeah,
fight.
that thing is going to be Cavaliers.
And now
It's
Nikov.
still kind of tricky to raid because he doesn't have the armor, so he can't run underneath the castle. And these pikemen are going to come out.
Look at Nikov's eco. Look at his farming eco. And then look at Sato's farming eco. Sato does not have near as many farms. So well played to Nikov. Now, some of that eco is in the middle.
Here, look at that TC on the right in the middle. Look at how far that farm is.
Okay.
Left of that TC.
Okay. So yes, look at that. But then look at how beastly Nikov's micro has been, and there's your answer. Okay. It's because of the farms. So poor farms just means you're an incredible micro player. That's all I'm saying. Even though that's actually not the case for me at all.
Yeah, he's cutting the tree.
But that's what I tell myself.
That's definitely the case.
That's what I tell myself. So Nikov staying in Castle Age, pikeman and hand cannon. Castle now from Sato. See, these farms for Nikov have been forced towards the middle.
Yeah.
Which he can't really defend if this castle goes up, so he's going to drop his own castle. Pikes and hand cannons defending from the Cavalier. And will the castle go up? I think it probably goes up for both of them here.
It probably does, although the hand cannoneers are there. Sato has to send even more villagers.
This is crazy, dude. I mean, Sato can make trebs, though. Nikov cannot. But Nikov has 20 more vills. And Nikov arguably has the better army with hand cannons and pikemen, so...
And he can't just go rams and petards here and try to clear that castle.
Yeah.
Who's making
petards? Nobody's making petards.
I'm a bit worried about the stables in the back, though, because Sato's adding more with those forward vills he still has.
Yeah. I love that from Sato. Think about it, though. If he didn't have that push in the north earlier, Nikov wouldn't have the farms where he does now. Nikov would have used the back of his base. But Nikov can't use the back of his base because of that. And now, yet again, when Nikov needs to push the middle, he's going to have some annoyances with the push from Sato. It's really smart play. And hand cannons microing again from Nikov. Good, perfect splits. Doesn't lose a single hand cannon there. We'll have to respect that.
Man.
And meanwhile,
two places at once though.
Yeah,
it's getting trickier for him.
Yeah,
he does click imp.
Yeah, but he also has to
6 relics for Sato. The Cavalier finding some good damage because Nikov's distracted.
Yeah.
And Nikov is going to lose this castle. He has no response for the trebs, and Sato is starting to get a lot of momentum now. T-West.
Also starting to get out some cannons.
This is a crazy game, dude. This is absolutely crazy. Like, Nikov's probably going to lose the Vil lead, but he will have 2 castles and decent enough army as the Bohemians. Maybe it's doable.
Yeah, and I still feel like in this matchup, Bohemians usually have the better army. And if you're going to have a really long late game, the Burgundians, their only advantage would be having more relics.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think...
And perhaps mobility on the sides, right? Because like if this is arena and you're just running straight into halbs, then you can't really do much. But if you have more room to run around on the outside, then you have room to raid. Like Sato still has this... And now archery range is being added to the back.
Sato just continues to build up. I'm still waiting for an archer range to come up at home. He is dropping a couple. Yeah, that seems key to me right now. He could make his own gunpowder, and Burgundian hand cannons are actually better than Bohemian hand cannons. It's going to be tough for Nikov, because then pikeman isn't a good option. His own gunpowder is kind of outgunned, I guess, and Sato just adapted so well early Castle Age, and this push on the right side has done so much for him.
Yeah,
TC's now down for Nikov. Nikov with some crazy walls to stop Sato from raiding the other areas, but that's just so much work.
Yeah.
Sato just pushing.
He's lost all those farms.
And the hand cannoneer is going to come out on the right, and there's one Vil that remains alive. And if Nikov can pick that off, he's going to be much happier knowing that this forward is stopped. And he needs one more hit.
Pretty crazy. It feels like Sato should have 30 more pop than he does, because he has such good control. Like he's raiding in 2 different areas, and he's pushing the middle. But
he doesn't have that
I
much
think
pop.
we haven't seen the hand cannon count rise up yet. And Nikov down to 17 on food. I'm seeing eco exposed everywhere. There's monks from Sito converting a lot as well, protecting the Trebs. I think
And
Sito...
once he does get imp, those monks get block printing, so they're much better at dealing with the hand cannons.
Yeah.
It feels like Sito is just about to push in and take out that castle and win the game here.
Yeah, I agree with you. It feels like Sito has this. Just such great fight. But Nikov has bombard cannons. And bombard cannons can swing these engagements. And Sito loses his bombard cannon. Hold the phone. If you lose the middle of the map, this is horrible for you. So maybe Nikov could do this.
It's tricky with all those monks out, though, and they can convert the
You know,
cannons.
the bombard cannons.
Nikov had
But
like
he's also attacking on that
1,500
side, too.
golds. And he made the
That was
cannons.
a nice shot on the monks.
Yeah,
He
only one
converted a
conversion
bombard
on the
cannon.
bombard cannon. Sito gets another conversion, though. 2 conversions is totally worth it there. Bro, what a
The Treb
messy
is cleared.
game.
The Treb is cleared.
This game
Now
is
the
so
push on
messy.
the front is stopped.
Nikov is rebuilding that TC?
He wants the farms. Spent a lot of wood on those farms.
He honestly, he needs that TC to go up. He needs the farms.
But the
He needs
bombard
the
cannon
He
gold.
wants the gold too. He
Yeah.
wants the gold. He doesn't want to lose the gold.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
If
the
Sito some
gold
bills
is
there,
there
he should
too.
go steal and delete some of those farms before the TC goes up.
he might do it. He might drop a mill there. And that's a TC you place when you're not really able to think clearly. You're being raided elsewhere. There's still the hand cannons coming from the side. There's Cavalier now coming from the left side stables from Sito. And TC does actually complete, but most of the villagers died, and now Nikov's down to 88 pop.
Yeah, and the TC will be
And
destroyed.
now
too.
he is going to struggle. Now he doesn't have the halb upgrade. So without halb, the hand cannoneers have become a lot less
Yeah, he
useful,
should
and the,
have gave up on
pikemen
those
are not
farms,
as good at
man.
fighting the
But
cavalry
where
at
can
this
he build
point.
the farm?
And yeah, Nikov. It's kind of
He
funny. He
can build on the
took
upper
decent enough
side.
engagements with these bombard
Yeah,
cannons. He
it's
killed off a bunch
also-
of monks. Maybe someone could think he could push the middle, but he's got nothing else. Army just kept continuing from the backside from Sito, and Sito gets another win. We still have that final
Maybe he
game. We
needed
know
a defensive
Sito's second
castle
place
in
in
the
the group.
back.
We know Nikov is third. But well played from Sito. Just seems to be a slightly better player here.
Yeah, he's been playing really well today.
Honestly, guys,
Mm,
the side push was sick. The sneaky army was sick. And then managing everything else, fantastic. But the best thing about this from Sito was the opening of double monastery and delaying his TCs. It is so easy to just go light cav and think, oh, I'll just add siege against the wagons. But then your opponent gets redemption, they convert you, and they have all the initiative. When he converted those 3 wagons, it stopped all of Nikov's push.
yeah, he went
And Nikov had petards for a while that he was never really able to utilize.
he
He
went-
just never get the push
yeah.
going.
Maybe that's where he
Yeah.
died.
And I mean, it's always risky to run your wagons like against the walls because you don't know how many
I'm
monks
just
are going to be
repeating
back
what
there.
he said,
Yeah.
man.
And maybe that's just a situation where Nikov needed to be a bit more on point with
Yeah,
the
after
scouting before
600
he went
gets
forward with the whole
difficult.
army. Which
Yeah,
is tricky because he got some value out of that scout early on, killing the vills, doing some harassment in the base.
I thought it was good
But,
adaptation from Nikov too, because clearly his plan
Yeah.
wasn't Castle Age hand cannons, and then when the wagons didn't work, he then tried it. He was like, "What else do I do?" And honestly, if he tried to boom and didn't go for hand cannons, he's probably dead. Hand cannons gave him his best fight back.
Yeah.
But
And it's kind of a weird unit because it's really tricky to get to the Castle Age hand cannons without sacrificing your eco when you research chemistry because that's really expensive for a Castle Age tech.
yeah,
But at the same time, the hand cannons they wreck monks and mangonels in the Castle Age, and it becomes tricky to figure out how to still apply the pressure when the hand cannons are there.
so even though we know like the placement of the players here, I do want to just bring up that if Sito gets a 3-0 here, he will have been 1 win behind Hera. And if you think about the whole group, like I think Sito could have taken a win off of Hera in the group stage. Maybe it would have been a completely different situation here. Hera very happy that there was no chances for Sito to overtake him right now, but Sito's looks good, dude.
And also remember that game where Nikov ran his mangonels across the shallows on shoals.
Yeah, against
Very
Hera.
weird decision, right?
Honestly, yeah.
Against Hera. So honestly, Hera could have had 2 more losses, and we could be looking at Sito potentially being first.
Yeah. And there will be people, that's the crazy thing about the format is you can apply that to everybody, right? You can look at someone who's relegated
Right.
and think if 1 or 2 games would have gone differently, what would their position be? One person that comes to mind, he's still alive and will fight tomorrow, but Margugu had 20 crossbows walk underneath his TC in a game he was way ahead in last week against Sebastian. And so if he would have noticed that and won that game, then he would just need a 2-1 victory over Doubt tomorrow and not a 3-0. So
yeah, but he was worried about the bad pathfinding, right?
Yeah, I mean, and I get it. It did look like his unit.
Yeah, he was probably just alt-tab sending a message and a bug report to Nilly at the time, being a good citizen, and that's why I didn't notice it. He took one for the team.
I really feel for Margugu on that one, especially because he played so well to get into the lead. It wasn't a fluke. Sebastian was bringing his best. But yeah, guys, here we are. We get an extra evac game. Still $40 per victory here, but positions are set, and we've got a Japanese for Sato and Armenians for Nikov. One thing here before, I'm sure T West has some points here about map scripting or something. The final set today is Tato against ACCM. Winner of that series will go first in the group, and loser of that series could be out of the playoffs, just depending on how badly that loss is.
Right. Well, if you want to know something about map scripting here, you see the cracked terrain that's all on this main
11 million.
land, the dirt. There was a bug in DE that they didn't fix for a while, that if you placed a farm and then deleted the farm foundation, it would remove the damage multiplier of the cracked terrain. So you could actually douche really effectively on this map, because you could create a safe spot for your TC and your opponent could not move their starting TC. Thankfully, that was fixed.
Oh, was it fixed? I thought you could still do it.
It was fixed. No, it was fixed.
Okay.
But yeah, you go for a crazy douche, because obviously you can't put a farm under your starting TC because it starts on the cracked terrain.
Yep.
But your opponent could place and remove a farm and then build their TC on that spot and douche you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Did you ever see a game where that actually happened? TC dropping?
I never did, but it's like Dave hoping for a demo behind the rocks. I was always hoping for it.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, well, I knew what I had seen is some people who knew about that bug when they would place a castle on a hill. They would place farms, delete the farms, and place a castle. That way their castle wouldn't, receive more damage. But I'd never. That would be next level, dude. I actually got really upset. I thought I missed that game, but turns out it just hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, it just hasn't happened. It's something that they fixed, thankfully.
Isn't it kind of crazy that we, when talking about actual Age of Empires 2 strategy, say douche? Like it's a legitimate, it's an official term. And like people are coming back to the game, they might be really confused.
I mean, no, it's the type of thing. If people played the game years ago and they come back to it, they're gonna know the term. It's the new people who are confused, right?
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, there's other ones as well that we just kind of get used to. But I always try and mix it, so I won't if there's a term like that, I will still say what it is, like TC drop for the random person that's sadly confused. But that is, it's what the strategy's called.
All the words you have to add to the cleared list for your chat filters. So
dude.
About the game.
Yeah, it'll probably let you say that, but if you were to say
what does
dock
mean?
or house, it'll mute that.
Yeah. I remember when it censored the taunts, like you type yes and it would get censored.
Bro, I remember when they added Haboob as an official map in the game, and anytime there was a lobby where they were playing on the map Haboob, you couldn't see any of the data for the lobby. Like their own official map got caught in the chat filter. Now that one's kind of funny because it, it's got boob, but I get why they do it, because they don't want to actively moderate the game. Probably that is money and all that stuff, and they want to be able to cover their asses a little bit. So if someone says some really toxic stuff, they can be like, we have a chat filter, and unfortunately our chat filter has failed, and we will do better. They don't just want to have nothing. But considering the average age of the player base, I would love it if the chat filter was actually toggleable. Like I don't mind.
Yeah,
if
like
someone...
it is in Age 3, right? Like in the original AoE 3, you could toggle the chat filter on and
Really?
off. It'd be nice if you could just do that. Yeah.
So AoE 3 gets that and not a DLC? Okay, all right.
I don't know if their DE still lets you toggle it. But the original Age 3, if you go to the options menu, you could turn it off.
Yeah, I mean it's really not that big a deal. Is this on my top 10 of things I want the game to see? Absolutely not. But I got ranting a little bit here, so
Oh, we have a Loomless Vil, though. A Loomless Vil for Sato, and Nikov jumps it on a hill. And that could be a really nice pick.
That,
Oh, he
yeah.
runs away, though.
I'm a little surprised. I think Nikov mishit there, and maybe didn't fully
Nikov...
recognize how close the TC was.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he didn't quite know exactly where the TC was. I mean, it is in the same spot every time, but...
Yeah, I don't want to lose that
That's
scout.
actually about the craziest thing. I think there's a map that was called Low Tides, where not only was the TC in the same spot every time, but there was a road connecting the TCs. And I still would see players lose their scout to the TC.
The worst one for me is, I think the worst possible map... Well, no, not the worst possible map to lose your scout, because I think the worst possible map to lose your scout would be Houseboat. If someone were to lose their scout to a TC on Houseboat, that'd be bad. But
Hans is very good on
Ravines is pretty bad, because you go down that hill, and then you know at the top of the hill, and then you also have outposts. And I actually saw someone lose their scout on Ravines once, and I absolutely lost my mind. I was like, well, this player is not all there.
What's the advantage with the Hunts? Yeah, if you don't get a
Fuselage
scout,
on the way from
definitely gets a scout there.
Sato went for that very aggressive dock in the middle that I've seen a couple of
other
times.
civilization don't get a scout.
But Nikov with a very defensive dock on the back.
Something.
Sometimes you see both players go to the middle and you get those fire galleys. But this is usually someone who wants to be aggressive on the water, and as the Japanese isn't as afraid of losing their fishing ships.
Yeah, there's also, I don't think he had to travel this far for it, but there should be more deep fish as well. Whereas if you dock the very back, you can see in the case of Nikov, he's almost finished with the deep fish that are very close. So I think it's dual use, full walls from Nikov, and I think Sato's going to see this pretty much for the first time. So Nikov, playing defensive here, has to respect that Japanese could be aggressive with man-at-arms. It's not man-at-arms, though, for Sato. It's going to be archers and walls as well. So I think...
So we have skirmishers on the way for Nikov to defend. And he did also move out with the mule cart.
Okay.
So the mule cart, something that wasn't in the game when we designed this map. So it provides you with some new opportunities to both take that wood line and also the deer necks through it when you go to the outside.
Wait, no, I think it was in the game when we designed the map, because...
it was for Hidden Cup. I don't think it was there, right?
No, it
DLC
was.
was after Hidden Cup?
It was before, yeah, because we had Georgians played on it once, at least. I remember a game that went for 3 hours and down to the final couple trees, the longest game of Hidden Cup 5. Funnily enough, though, Armenians was, never played. And I think since then, people have become a lot more comfortable with the Armenians. I'm now second-guessing myself,
A really good water sieve. And we see Nikov using the fishing ship to absorb some fire as the fire galley comes
they
in.
have tanky fishing ships.
Nikov did scout that dock position, too, so he knows the fishing ships are there.
Yeah, but what they really like is getting to Cilician Fleet in the late game. But this is a map where you can win the water, but sometimes it doesn't feel that great to win the water, and a lot of times people just focus on the land.
Yep. Yeah, water matters. I think the biggest aspect of water beyond fishing ships is actually protecting the crossing so people can't evacuate. So if you have a fire ship and a demo there, villagers can't escape. That has more of an effect than maybe anything else. But pretty passive play overall. Sato sending his archers to the outside right now because he scouted that Nikov's walled on the inside. But Nikov has already towered the outside, so smart thinking.
Yeah, towered and partially walled, and he also has a spear out there to scout, so he'll know if those archers come around.
And then Nikov scouting, and Nikov didn't see a flag on the range, so Nikov should expect the army has moved out, and he knows he's pretty much protected everywhere, but on that gold. So I think because of where Nikov's taking gold, it's exposed, he's going to keep his army at home for the time being.
Yeah, he should be able to see that scout running around. So that should clue him into the archers, as you said, no flag on the range.
And I think...
You should see it soon.
At this level, if you see Sato's scout active like that, you should almost expect that the archers are going to follow. And I think he saw that the scout was active, the archers come in, and nice defense there from Nikov. Tower gets some hits.
Yeah. Kind of tricky to defend this, because your mule cart garrisons by itself sometimes, and you want to get the villain side. And we've seen Nikov garrison that a couple times so far.
Yeah, it can be really frustrating, but kind of like the land defense for Nikov. What I don't like, though, is that he's just starting to lose his fish. Seems like he actually defended 2 of them. His fire galleys are actually picking off vills as they cross. And now Nikov's army also finds Sito with the archers and the skirms. And wow, great start for Nikov here.
And that scout now only on 2 HP.
It's kind of tough.
Yeah, absolutely great start.
If you dock where Sito is docked, it's kind of tough to get Navy in support of your crossing because you're on the other side of the island. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah, exactly. Right, and that's why Nikov docks where he did, because yeah, there are fewer fish, but you can get to the crossings more easily.
Yep.
And that's how we designed the map. We didn't put any fish in the middle to make it a bit trickier to decide where you want to put the dock to prioritize the fish versus the crossing.
There were actually early versions of the map where we did have deep fish in this middle area, and then we decided to remove that because we didn't want... If there was deep fish there, everyone would always dock there, and then it would snowball. Whoever would win the water would win the game much faster because they could also control the crossing right away. So just changes that we made over time. Cast Lage is on the way for Sito. Nikov's pretty far away though, and he's got 13 on gold right now. So this is not solid food economy for him.
Where are they going?
I mean, isn't he has a market though? Isn't 13 on gold a perfectly solid food economy?
Could be, especially with the Armenians. And this is amazing micro from Nikov. Nikov kills 2 vills. It could easily be more. You could tell he's a little distracted somewhere. Sito doesn't get the walls down, has to fall back towards his own tower, and is losing on water now.
Oh, I don't... Little thing, but Nikov just attacked that boar with his whole army, and the boar just stood there and didn't try to chase anything. That was weird.
Maybe the boar was posturing with strength, and the army got intimidated. Like, if the boar freaked out...
That's definitely what happened.
If the boar freaks out, they're gonna kill it. But if the boar just stands there and takes it like a champ, I think they run away. They go kill villagers instead.
Oh, you're absolutely right about that, because they do kill a villager. And Sito panic throwing up that tower on what's left of the wood line. Nikov has his fires running behind, so those skirms can't really chase.
Oh, we got an amazing gate there from Nikov, but Sito gets away. Wow, I mean, Nikov's got the population lead, but it feels like Sito can work with this, right? He could drop the second TC. His fishing ships are still alive. This is manageable for Sito.
Yeah, and having the Japanese fishing ships to stay alive is huge for him. If he were another Civ, he'd probably have lost another 2 or 3 fishing ships to those fires.
A villager's not repairing right now. You could tell he tasked the village to repair. Maybe it couldn't get there. So loses out on that. Is getting elite skirm. Never great to open with elite skirm when you only have 5 skirms, but I guess if your opponent also has around the same and it's going to be a skirm war, it's not going to hurt too much.
Nikov going to find that TC.
Oh, okay.
But
can't really get the vills with that tower there, but at least he knows it's up and he was able to be a bit
How the fuck
annoying.
did I die?
Japanese fishing ships are just so stupid, dude. Like, we're used to it now. It's been in the game for so long, but
yeah,
that's pretty crazy.
It's one of those things where, like, oh yeah, you can understand maybe a Civ has more HP, but like double the HP and armor is a pretty big bonus.
It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot.
Double the HP and
2 TCs
armor.
for Sito.
It's even more apparent when you have the fire galleys, and it's not just the galley wars anymore, because they're so crucial for blocking fire in some situations.
Yeah, which people didn't do in the past, right? These days, everyone's doing that, and that's the biggest role it plays. Sito ran through the TC from Nikov. I'd like to remind you guys, 1 farm for Nikov right now. That's his food eco. Maybe a couple on berries and deer. Sito...
He's buying at the market.
Sito has farms. Now, Sito also has exposed villagers on this TC, but I don't think Nikov notices it's being built. He's still distracted on fires.
And he is finally killing some fishing ships. It's taken a while.
What a game. This is what's just so good about the map, right? There's so many different things. Nikov is going to be ahead on water. There's no doubt, but feels like Sito's slightly ahead on land.
No doubt.
And I like how Sito's still at least making Nikov work to fully close out the water. It hasn't been easy for Nikov. Might be trending in Sato's direction though. Without the fishing ships, he still has decent enough food eco. It's only 8 on food actually, so maybe I'm exaggerating. But he is banking up stone for a castle, and it's 3
Yeah, you can see
TCs versus 2.
food starting to get more
She's
expensive at the
worked out.
market too. These players have been buying a bit.
Defensive one.
You
Especially
ever-
Nikov. Look, if you check the market usage, Nikov has been using that market nonstop for the past few minutes.
Yeah, he actually should run out of his gold pretty quickly, right? He's only got 1,100 gold remaining near his TC, but he does have another gold underneath his other town center.
Yeah, Sato just bought food, and I bet he's gonna look at that and be shocked at how expensive it is, and just realize, well, Nikov's been using that market a lot.
Yep. Like, kind of makes you feel good, kind of makes you feel bad. You paid it a price you shouldn't have paid. You feel scammed, but also that means your opponent's having a rough time. And skirmishers from Nikov with some siege. And Sato will also go for a siege workshop. What a close game.
Okay.
65 population for Sato, 62 population for Nikov.
57,
And
46.
someone says, I'm starting to see why Nikov was so thankful for the other final round results. Yeah, exactly. If Barrels or Classic Pro had just one more win, this would be ridiculous. Also, imagine this. If Barrels got one win against Hera, Nikov is in trouble right now, and then Sato could have stolen first place from Hera if he wins this game.
Yeah, really.
It was really, really close. And of course, that's forgetting Classic Pro Veleza, which is a whole nother thing, which could have potentially pushed Nikov out of position. So, but which civ do you think is
Now we
better
have-
here?
So I really like fortified churches in defending Mangonel pushes, and we see Nikov put one on his home island. If he can get another one up, I think in front of his gold by his workshop, I think that TC becomes really easy to defend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that. I also love just outposts. Outposts here to know
Already
what
way
the
too high
opponent's
now,
doing,
man.
where are they coming from. Placing them everywhere feels super helpful. But I'm thinking about the civs right now because it's trending late. Sato is ahead, but it's not over, and I gotta lean a little bit more towards Japanese personally. I like the Cav
Hey,
Archer.
man, I think I'm done with it, man. Fuck, man. Let me listen to some music. I'll just fall asleep now. I'm done with this. Man, did the carry booster not work? I should have gotten a million. 2 times. So the carrot booster don't work on index. Okay, at least I know now, man. I will never buy the credit booster ever again. No, I didn't want now. So let's do the idol on that. क्या हुआ है इधर आ Oh boy. Let's go out and then start it. So that it loads in the touch thumper maybe. Yeah, I don't know how to take the risk. Let's go to him too, since I'm here anyways. I found it, man, but it just ran away. This time I will waypoint it. My finger is already tired, man. Pressing double shift like that guy said. Let's go to the objective. Let's find the caches, one man. I hate that one. Maybe Thumper is near the caches.
No longer complete our objective. I will let Kaiser know we have failed him.
What the fuck is this? Kinda want the angstrom now, man. With more fire rate. Even later on didn't work, man. and electricity. With the heat already.
The Uno provides all, always. She gives to those who are willing to let.
All right, chop chop.
And take Nova maybe.
The quills are at it again, telling me an important origin relic is being unearthed by the Grenadian.
Just slow it
Quills
down.
would like this relic back, and I would like to keep the quills happy. Will you oblige?
Details about this relic and its whereabouts are scarce. I need you to do some digging. Scans indicate the Grenier have a hidden supply cache at this waypoint. Search the area for the relic.
Was kind of near the objective, man. I thought I heard it.
objective. I will let Compton know.
Yeah, last time I failed, maybe it will spawn in now. Fenamore and Angstrom. If Angstrom doesn't work, then Fenamore for sure works. Good work, man. Can do damage.
Come out! Meet your new friends! It's sleigh time!
Man, I said everywhere, man. That scared me, man. I don't know why. Oh, man. Did I heard it again? And last time also I heard it last time here too. Fuck, man. Yeah, if it's here hidden so well, I don't know, man. It's just not there, man. Fuck, man.
The provides home.
Couldn't get anyone to take that off. Early lunch for council. The Quills are at it again, telling me an important Oregon relic is being unearthed by the Grenadiers. The Quills would like this relic back, and I would like to keep the Quills happy. Will you oblige?
Details about this relic and its whereabouts are scarce. I need you to do some digging. This camp is the command point for premier archaeological operations. Shut them down. You've reached the location. Clear out any nearby hostiles. You captured the location. Do not let them retake it.
I also wanted to make this weapon better. You can get red crits with it.
drones to perform subsurface scans of the plains. Hijack one for me. The drone is nearby. Find it and hack it.
Not here for the quest, man.
We can no longer complete our objective. I will let Kamzu know we have failed him.
Man, where the fuck is it, man? Man, it's just not fucking spawning now, man.
My ghouls can remake you too, except their touch.
Is it near here somewhere? Somebody said in the Reddit that you hear an aircraft sound, man.
I love that new cool smell. Fresh from the bag.
Yeah, I'm not doing it anymore, man. What the fuck, man? Forget about it. I still got it.
Out of the night and into the dawn. Still hanging on in a system on fire. Thanks to the good work of people.
Operator, Ordis wonders, what are you thinking about?
Never change this long, man. Fuck, I'm getting sleepy, man. I don't know why. I slept a lot in the afternoon, man. What does it mean I'm a fairy?
Got something. Heavy hitter like you needs a little snack, yeah?
I thought fairy was the name of the Max hang thing. Started was it 8 p.m. I don't know, and I'm feeling sleepy, man. I'm feeling so sleepy.
Baratha out. They're going to be easily able to snipe units. Kato's own monk production wasn't all that great, and now he's just
And
slower
this doesn't
to
help, man.
in, you know, a situation where
least
he
it's
easily
not
lose
from the
all of his map
start.
control he's been fighting so hard to gain.
Ratha were a great addition here too. Like you can't make knights or anything, but Ratha can just switch to melee mode, snipe some of those scorpions. ACCM just saw the castle from Tato.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll be
wondering
right
if he
back.
brings Vils to drop a castle next to the workshops now. Feels like that's what we're seeing. For the faster imp,
And
he could
there-
go for the trebs.
He could go for the Trebs, but the first Ballista Elephant is on the way. And that is such a scary unit these days, but the castle coming forward, and this is where the castles of Tato are important just as ballista elephant factories, if that's really what you want to go for as the
I
game
don't think
goes on.
Tato
Although
was
cutting through
there,
on this map's
man.
actually really good now that I think
ACCM
about
was
it.
definitely there.
cutting through could be huge.
I don't know
There's
about
a lot more
Tato.
scorpions here. Tato had sniped some of the monks, so there's not
Everybody
enough
from
monks to
GL
convert more
was there.
scorpions, or the
Was
elephant
Tato
for that
there?
matter. And the
He
Ratha
should
were
have
ranged
been.
mode, not melee mode.
I think he was.
So you have to switch that.
I don't even remember, man.
But
ACCM
the
I remember
castle is
definitely.
up for ACCM, and with that, when he made it to Imp, he got 2
ACCM
vills from each
100%
TC.
sure.
So I think he's 5 TCs, so we got a spike of 10 vills.
But not
and
about
importantly,
Tato.
he does have control of the south right now.
Indeed, there was another conversion there from Tato, but currently Tato had to be a bit more passive with his walling than he probably would like, and he's going to have to cede control of that hill to the south, which is just going to be so important, as we're saying, as so many resources there to protect over the long run, especially if neither player has decisive control of the middle, right? Because if you're pushing someone really hard in the middle, then you can kind of take their extra resources, but that probably isn't going to be the case here.
ACCM might want to consider toggling auto farm at this point. I know that you would have it at this point, and I know why pros don't have it. They won't have it sometimes because they need the wood for other things. But this is a pretty boomy game. He's used the ballista elephant that he converted to cut into Tato's base. That's crazy resourceful, but Tato was ready for him anyways.
That's really cute. I mean, that's the sort of thing that not that many players would do, but you are not surprised to see it from actually either of these guys. But yeah, cute little move there from ACCM.
I always
And if you can
use
keep it
the auto
alive, you can
DC.
sort of cut to the edge of the
Maybe I
map
should
whenever
not
he
use
wants
it.
to.
I mean,
If I get
Cornley,
the
the two
mail
things we
upgrade
talked
and
about
shit,
Khmer
I will
being
not
OP
need
with
to
scorpions
reseed the farms
and
that
ballistas. All that production, the buildings they're produced out of, are all under fire right now. The castle, the siege workshops. This is not what Tato would have wanted at all.
And look at this. He's having to build all those siege workshops way to the back of the map, and it looks like it'll be Hussar plus Scorpion as the combo, which in a world without bombard cannons for the Bengalis, that feels like a pretty good idea, as I think it would probably just be a little too difficult to get to those ballista elephants at this stage.
ACCM needs to re-wall. ACCM losing vills on that stone, and Tato finding the damage. Let's not forget Tato has the outpost there, so he could see all of that, and Tato's going to run through as well. So this is what the Khmer want. Third or fourth time Tato's getting into ACCM's base, and ACCM has to react. But dude, this feels like... This isn't technically a final, but this feels like the final of the group, right? These two are firing on all cylinders.
It is kind of a real
back and
tournament,
forth
but
action, but
it's
still,
not that
Tato
big.
does not have a way to win the main fights right now. That's my concern.
Well, he needs time to develop those Scorpion numbers, and he does have 4 siege workshops in the back of his base, so
Yeah.
he'll get there, but he's still missing, well, all of the relevant upgrades.
I think in
except
the
for
March
ballistics.
there
You
will
don't
be the
have heavy
big one.
Scorpion, you don't have siege engineers or double crossbow, and those are 4 trebuchets barreling down on you very quickly now from ACCM, so Tato needs to buy a lot more time.
Look at the resources for ACCM. 150 bills,
Going on
37 on gold, 36 on
Right,
food,
man.
38 on wood, 28 on stone.
I
You
would-
don't see ratios like
Weird.
that normally. That's crazy.
You can even pick up a Mahayana in a second and give
Yeah.
himself another 15 pop space, which is always
Looks
really nice
good
for
going on
Bengalis
right
in the
now.
late game since their units are so expensive.
Yep. There's double crossbow for Tato. That's one of the upgrades he'll want for the Scorpions. That is a lot of Scorpions right there.
Yeah,
And
that's
it
a
can only
lot.
get stronger for Tato. So maybe that's why ACCM's forcing the issue here. He's going to fight this. I guess he doesn't see their elites. And is he using the trebs on the castle or the
Will he get the
Scorpions?
mag on elf now?
Okay, the castle. And he's going to
sort of
back off
both.
now.
But this is also very relevant where Bengalis don't have that last infantry armor upgrade, which would be very nice to have against all those Scorps, which are not heavy just yet. You even have Devotion coming in as well. And right now for Tato, again, it's a matter of just buying time as much as possible here. And the more you do that, the bigger the Scorp blob gets.
It's kind of crazy. That castle made so much sense from ACCM in the south, but Tato noticed it immediately next to his walls and
Yeah.
prepped a castle and prepped trebs. So I think now ACCM
But I
will
also
aim to
bring the
dive with
trebs
melee
forward.
mode with the
It's
Ratha
pretty risky
to snipe
without
those
any
trebs.
protection.
And Tato
Yeah,
doesn't
but
have
I
a ton
don't
there
ever,
to
ever
defend
pull
from
them
that.
back, man.
But
Whenever
the
I
Ratha
send
are
them
still
forward,
missing
they're
some
just
upgrades
dead.
too. There's not armor research for them
And
yet.
I'm never
the
able
Archer
to
armor
pull them
applies
back.
to them, not the Cav. And Tato's Hussars and Castle Fire will be involved. The no armor actually really hurts. And
they have
Tato...
pikes, though, for the faster attack speed. So
Okay.
that'll help just take down those Trebs a little bit faster. It's a very close fight, but the Vils are there to repair. So
Too many
great
villagers
defense
to
so far from
repair.
Tato, and here we go, T90. Siege Engineers coming in, too. And Tato... Again, I feel like the longer he's not actively dying, the better chance he has of winning this game as things drag out.
30 Scorpions is the number for me. 30 Scorpions, and it gets to a point with this Civ where you just cannot engage easily into it. Especially with the Bengalis. Because you don't have Hussar, you don't have Bombard Cannon, and you don't have Siege Onager. And those would be the most important things. And dude, look at those Scorpions. Yeah, you can't use monks against that. You just can't. Oh my goodness.
So many.
Does the phrase fun and interactive come to mind? Because I sure know it does.
And Trebs, not really protected now. They're going for the castle. They're also somewhat
they're
firing
dying
on the
too.
Scorpions, which I guess makes sense. But the Scorpions are owning everything right now. They are not,
They're not
even
even
heavy
heavy.
Scorpions.
Oh, they're not even heavy.
Oh, jeez.
And Tato still trebbing on the other side. ACCM and Tato both fighting their hardest. Tato is no stone. He doesn't really have the map control, so maybe that's a way
has
that
a lot of
ACCM can hold on.
resources.
It's just deny him of all those resources.
But
yeah,
will he make
ACCM,
against
you need an answer
Scorpios?
to these Scorpions, my friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's going to be so tough, especially as you now are getting that Hussar meat shield developed, and Khmer are just so good with that as well.
Does ACCM think that the Cav armor applies to Ratha right now? Because he doesn't have stables coming up for Light Cav, and he's only producing Ratha. It feels like maybe he's thinking that the Cav armor applies. I mean, I would get why someone would think that. It is a unit on a horse. It is confusing, but it's the archer armor that applies.
Yeah, the best way I've been able to describe it to people is think about it as a Cav Archer in every single way it can possibly be a Cav Archer, except you can switch it to melee mode and it will benefit from the attack upgrades. But that's it.
Yeah. And there is some benefit to getting those upgrades if he goes for Light Cav, so it's not completely horrible. But Tato has stabilized very nicely here. It was 130 pop versus 190. And he has the score lead, and he has held here. It's crazy. Look how open ACCM's eco is here as the Hussar loop around for Tato.
Oh, man. This is going to be really tough here for ACCM, and my biggest concern with him is, yes, he was pushing a lot in early Imperial Age, but he was never developing towards one of the many great Imperial Age units that Bengalis have. It's not like Bengalis have a bad late game, it's just ACCM isn't really developing towards any of it.
It is wild, though, because Tato's going to run out of gold. Like, Tato's doing lots of damage, but where can Tato actually take gold? He's mining gold in one spot.
Hussars.
Yeah, and he is still losing Scorpions. He still doesn't have heavy Scorpion. ACCM is the biggest fighter in the game, potentially, and he takes 2 of the Trebs, and ACCM refuses to die. Can he take the next Treb as well? He gets it!
Yes!
Wow, that's crazy. And he also tracked the raids perfectly in the back. He didn't actually lose that much to that. I can't believe ACCM just held there.
Wow, we're already off to a banger of a game number 1. That castle going down will house Tato slightly. Heavy Scorpion is almost in, at which point you're only going to be missing chemistry, and then you'll have full upgrades on those guys. But 23, and that is getting closer and closer to 30 there.
And Tato's got 1,500 gold left. He can't get gold in the north. They're actually going to find each other on the stone in the north. And the
That
rest of
kind of
that
woke
gold
me
is
up,
in the
man.
south
That was pretty
or through the
interesting.
relics. And
The
ACCM's
trap
castle
war.
in the south just changed this game. I thought Tato had all
You
the
got the heavy
opportunity in the world
Scorpio.
to take this castle down. Just never did.
Ooh. What do you think of the Capram decision from Tato? It feels like he doesn't have the gold for that.
Capped elephant.
I
And
don't
capped
mind
ram.
it.
Is that capped elephant?
Because
What
you
is the
need
ACCM
something...
getting? Yeah, it is armored.
It doesn't cost gold to at least get the
Elephant.
upgrade. I don't mind it.
Upgrade.
Because you're not,
Yeah,
like,
that's-
once you get to 25 Scorpions, you're not spending gold on anything else, because you're just going Hussar. So you actually will have a
Just
decent
using
amount of
the traps
gold as
to
long as
destroy
you're
the
keeping your Scorpion
Scorpios.
mass
Yeah,
alive.
that's the best thing.
But
And
the
they are
Trebs are actually
destroying
doing
them.
work right now.
Yeah, of course, Scorpions just being large units are a bit easier to snipe with the trebuchets,
And
and there
he-
are the Ratha here, finally getting into the mix, and that is a lot of Scorpions who are going away. No Blast Furnace in yet for those Hussars, which is going to be important in just sniping high HP units like the trebuchets. Looks like 2 of them are going to go down, maybe the last one not really targeting it as well as he needs to, and that's going to be another efficient fight here for our red player.
Yeah, in the north, we've got Hussar from Tato on the Vils. ACCM knows he's been spotted, though. He'll add Halbs there immediately. He also is starting to wall behind Tato's walls. If Tato doesn't get a unit there, Tato won't be able to raid that area any longer. So that looks like it's going ACCM's way. Tato needs the middle, or he needs the south right now. This whole back and forth situation is not going to last.
I think that's exactly what he's planning on doing, though. The Vils are coming forward to take the gold. The Vils are going to be ejected from the stone right there by the Scorpions. And I still feel good about the armies for Tato going forward.
Agreed.
Archer armor about to be in, which is decent, but I mean, that's still a very scary Scorp blob, and the Hussars are so easy to replenish.
This, like, ACCM couldn't really have a better position to win this game, just positionally, right? You forget about the units for a second. He's got access to 7k gold in the south. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's going to have 5 castles. He's got all the stone in the north. He's got stone walls in the north. Like, the only thing he's missing is the stone wall in the south. But he could still lose because Tato's composition just might straight up be better. Like, these Scorpions, shouldn't the siege elephants also die to these Scorpions? Oh, man.
Well, the siege elephants, do they have ram armor? No, they don't have any ram armor, so the Scorpions will at least deal a little bit more damage to them.
Okay. I mean, that... They're also an elephant, which should take a little bit more damage. Either way.
They have enough elephant armor that it negates the Scorpion bonus.
Okay. I mean, Tato's 200 pop. Tato's got a treb. If only he had multiple trebs here. Like, if he had 4 trebs right now, I would think that ACCM is cooked. But what do you make? Like, what do you do if you're ACCM? Monks, I guess. And hope for the best.
There's a lot of hoping going on. Onager is on its way right now from ACCM, but I'm still just a little dubious about how slow he was to transition to something other than Halbs.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he had some Ratha, but not that many. No Onagers,
And
no elephants.
Okay, but here's the thing. I'm going to be that guy. Onager doesn't work because you're outranged.
Yeah.
So it's like, and then there's Hussars too. Like, it's really just not a situation where the game should allow you to have success if Tato's on point. And
oh my!
I mean, those Halbs can't get anywhere near the Hussars, so don't even suggest that. This is the Khmer in 2025.
This is another time where I'd like to say that I'd like to see Khmer lose husbandry and then buff their elephant movement speed boost so that they can't spam Hussars into this as easily.
9 range Scorpions, bro.
When you get a group of them.
Absolutely
Especially with the
insane.
Khmer
You
bonus.
could try and side raid, but if you it's reached the point where if you try and raid
I don't
Tato's
know.
base,
I don't
he's
even
not
know what the
leaving
range
your
is,
base.
man.
He won't
I
be
don't even know
distracted
when
now.
you outrange
That had to happen
any
earlier.
unit. If it completely outranges it, then you can
9
never
range
win a
on
fight.
the onagers, so I guess siege engineers
If you don't know the
was
ranges
in
of the
already.
units.
And maybe you're just hoping for 1 splat, right? 1 big shot, maybe 2 on these Scorpions, and then Tato might not be able to make more of them. Tato does have gold in the middle, though, so it's not like he's out of gold right now.
Not yet, anyway, and of course, still 4 relics. That is not insignificant. But also remember that the Scorpions were buffed to the point where they can survive an Onager hit
Yeah,
now, so
the
you actually need to
Hussar.
get 2 shots in.
Yep.
Yeah, Scorpions were
It's
doing
just
no
gonna be that
damage
much
to the
more
armored
difficult.
elephants.
Trev numbers are still
Hussars
very
did all
slowly
the
climbing
damage.
from Tato, but
I mean, if you can delete 40 units from the
You can
opponent's
spam
map
them out. We have
in
so
half
much
a
food
second,
left.
I'm gonna lean towards you,
Yeah.
but the Onagers got sniped, the Hussars went down, Tato still
He
isn't
upgraded
broken.
the
Dude, I
student.
gotta say, ACCM continues to fight like a madman
Yeah, I'll be
despite
right
how
back.
many units he's losing. And if he
Yeah.
can treb down that treb, Tato hasn't broken him yet. And it happens.
And there you go. And that is just stalling out the push. And that is going to, in turn, now give ACCM a bit more time. Would really like to see him be able to pick up Mahayana because he's already at a compositional disadvantage.
Yeah.
So just having an extra 14 to 15 units would really, really help, I think, just get that little bit of extra over the top, pressure he can have on his opponent's army.
Okay, there's the Onager. So, 1 Onager kill. and 1 Scorpion kill, and then the same thing there. But
Yeah.
the Trebs are honestly insane, though. Like, these Trebs are sniping those Scorpions. And Tato Ballista Elephant cut through the trees. He's bringing rams, and he's onto the gold now. What a play.
You'll love to see that for sure. Fortified wall in for both players. You know it's a good game of AoE 2 when both players have researched fortified wall.
Dude, I mean, Orlu, this is the game of dreams for you, my friend. Absolute dreams. Tato, I like this. If you have that push that commands the entirety of your opponent's attention, that's when you try and raid. And the Scorpions weren't exactly making progress anyways. I don't know, though, if this does enough to keep ACCM fully off of this gold. ACCM should probably eventually be able to get Bills to that gold. He's got Halbs on the way. And he's got 5 relics. I think it was 4-4 for a while, but ACCM now has 5.
Yeah, and that is something of a win condition going forward, and I hate to be that guy, but ACCM picked up guilds a long time ago when Khmer don't have that upgrade, so just throwing it out there for those of you who are experienced with very long, grindy games. ACCM is having a little bit of the better long-term planning.
So what I'm not a big fan of with the long-term plan in mind is making Ratha consistently. I don't know if they're that big of a difference maker here. They are good, and he's utilized them. But I'm seeing the stables in the south now. That's what he needs. Because you need a unit that you can toss into a ball of skirms and lose and be okay with. Beyond a Halb, which is happening. And, oh god, this is so bad for the Trebs.
That is a lot of resources down the drain all at once, and those Halbs are getting massacred too. There are 0 onagers on the field, and again, no Mahayana. You don't have that extra pop space, and when you're already at less than half the army value of your opponent, you really need it.
I mean, like we said before, remember we were worried about Tato not having gold? If you just don't lose gold units, it's not that big of an issue. He's got 1,300 gold, and he's had 5 on gold. And there's 2,000 gold there, but he's not in a rush. Because his Scorpions just do not die. Tato needs to cut the other side.
It's so easy to keep your gold units alive with this composition, whereas you don't really get that for ACCM.
Look, ACCM re-walled, and his Halbs got stuck, so that's 30 or so units that aren't in position. But, I mean, where are you supposed to go? I get why he's making Halbs, but maybe some light cav is what he needs now. And now Tato's coming in the south.
Oh boy, the Rams are there, the Treb is there. Tato's even getting his own building HP upgrades to make sure he doesn't lose his remaining castles, and his bank is starting to climb. The Halbs are there. And to be fair, there aren't any Scorpions nearby, and that's the one weakness, right? Is that the Scorpions are very slow.
Yep, and that's why I think light cav can be a game changer, because you can be in all these different positions potentially. Tato's got enough Scorpions in here, though, that I think he wins this fight very easily. You don't need many with Khmer, and bye-bye go the Hussars, but bye go the Halbs, and the castle for ACCM will fall as well.
Yeah, and a lot of units died at the front as well when ACCM was trying to convert those Scorpions, and it's just not quite enough. And the issue with going light cav is that your opponent has Hussars, and they're just better than yours.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
It's kind of tough, right? I mean, you see the light cav being mixed in here, but literally just the Hussar beats the light cav. Not by that much, but it's still relevant.
It's also really hard to use monks and onagers here. Speaking of, there go the monks for ACCM. Here come the onagers, but they're both very distracted in the southern fight. And Tato gets flattened. Who said the Scorpions were strong? Not me.
Oh, I mean, and that's what you need to do, right? If you don't
That
have
was
the
kind of
mobility
insane.
necessarily of your units, at least force your opponent to fight in different locations. Keep them distracted. And that's at least something, but now Tato's starting to overwhelm the south here.
Yeah, it's interesting. ACCM didn't necessarily create that opportunity. Tato did, because Tato started to focus on the south. I think Tato will take the trade, though, because he can get the gold that's down here. And there's still 2,000 gold. And not only take the gold for himself, but just stop ACCM from banking it. Again, seeing a lot of Ratha in production here. Will that be an issue? Is that the unit that's actually the play here? It is way tankier than a light cap, so maybe it
Yeah,
is
it's
good.
a very interesting game.
Maybe honestly,
and this
maybe
is only
he
the
thinks things
first
would just be
game.
significantly worse with only
It looks
light
like
cap.
it would be the final game, man.
Okay, how dumb of an idea would
This is the
Battle
first
Elephants
game.
be right now?
I was thinking about that earlier.
Going on for an hour.
Very dumb.
Yeah,
if
they might be
If
dumb.
you asked me 10 minutes ago, I would say try it. But right now, you don't have a lot on golds.
Yeah.
And elephants receive bonus damage from the scorpions. And they're stupid expensive, so... Yeah, I think this game is one... If ACCM can get it to the point where Tato can no longer afford to make scorpions, then he wins. But he has to get it to that point. And he just lost to Treb. And he's going to lose a castle. And he's losing so much here. ACCM is falling apart.
And ACCM has so much more gold collected at this point, over 8,000 more gold. And it just doesn't matter.
Yep, doesn't matter.
Because
you have to know what this...
gold efficiency is so much higher.
Yep. You just cannot take good, easy engagements against these scorpions. The game is definitely for Tato, as far as I'm concerned. Even though the population's even. Even though Mahayana is in right now. This progress Tato's making is fantastic. Look how exposed he is in the middle of the map, by the way. There's no raid potential, really, for ACCM. He can't focus on that. Oh, man, look at those onagers. Oh, my goodness. Ball of onagers here from ACCM to deal with the scorpions. Now, he's got 4 or 5 of them.
With the hussars.
But there will be hussars in the mix to snipe some. Treb goes down. Onager goes down. And Tato will know about this and can just back away.
Well, at least it buys ACCM a bit more time, which I guess is something. It isn't really getting closer to winning the game, but at least he's, again, not actively dying, and there's something to be said for that, especially if he can snipe both the trebuchets here.
Yep, every gold unit that dies is incredibly tough to replace at this point. There is a total of 2k gold left on the map. And the trebuchets for Tato, he might lose them, but he does get some kills on the onagers. Wow, but he's going to lose another one.
Jeez.
There's halbraids happening. Halbraids are actually sick, because the only thing Tato's going to send there is going to be hussars. And then onager cut from ACCM in the north. Yep. Does he know about that? Is he paying attention to that?
Oh,
I think he is.
He did.
Wow.
ACCM is coming back, kind of.
Pretty ridiculous. And this is also the point where I think.
But I don't know. Tato Scorpion seems pretty good.
I don't know about you. I'd rate ACCM
but onager,
like a top
one good shot can destroy all of them.
Like
so anything can happen.
Yes,
games.
Agreed.
Both of them have a lot of
Tato's probably
resources.
Like top 6. But
0 on gold, 5 on gold.
It's a minuscule difference, but it's
and
not
relics is almost equal to
that ACCM can figure out a way to win this game.
This is
ACCM
also,
has more relics,
we're seeing
but
a
less
lot
gold.
of lumberjacks exposed
Tato has
right now.
less
We don't
relic, but
normally
more
see.
gold.
We see an
and
onager
5 on
cut
gold.
from ACCM in the north through to those trees, and then Tato is also going to hit the lumber and hit the farms in the back. This is crazy. And I wonder if right now there's opportunities for ACCM to actually flatten some scorps, because Tato's so distracted in all the different angles.
Yeah, and at the very least, you still have plenty of vills on foot. I mean, look at the queue for ACCM. He's not running out of units anytime soon.
120.
And ACCM doesn't resign when he's 10k score behind, and he should resign. So yeah, this game's going to go on for a while. It's just those scorpions. Tato cannot make 31 scorpions again. And so if they stack up, if he loses them, advantage ACCM. Otherwise...
He can't even push in against the onager.
Tato's killed 30 villagers over the last couple minutes.
Only raiding can help that Tato.
That's, of course, just utilizing the strength of your hussars right there.
Look how fast
some scorpions.
Look how fast the onagers die to the scorpions. Yeah. Tato just focuses them, and now ACCM's pop. He's got 95 bills. He's got 80 army, but he's losing that golds. He's still losing bills.
Yeah, they also kill onagers pretty fast if you focus.
He's scrambling.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, it's so tough to play this from ACCM's perspective. It's not impossible for him to win. I mean, he still has his win conditions, right? But he just has to be so present at all places of the map at once. And it feels like so long as Tato can just keep that Scorp blob alive and very slowly but steadily push here to the south, he's probably got this one.
Yeah, and we keep talking about Tato not being able to make scorpions. ACCM has no gold income, so he can't easily make onagers to counter the Scorpions, if that is
16
even
on
a
gold.
counter to the Scorpions. The Tato, full Hussar, full Scorpion,
Tato has
and then
this,
the
I
occasional
think.
Ram and Treb. It's working so well right now. And there's 4 Rams in the south. This could break ACCM if he doesn't find a response.
Yeah, that castle is definitely sort of the last bastion of defense here that is protecting all of this extremely exposed farming eco otherwise. It is simply not an area that ACCM can well afford to lose.
I'm laughing because Tato's at 83 vills and ACCM just killed a bunch with halbs. Like, he also ran Rathas to the back, Lightcap to the back.
98 village.
He's fighting, man. Over 200 villagers have died this game.
And I feel like everyone memes on ACCM for not resigning when he probably should, and there is reason for that, but at the same time, it's not like he
So
isn't
many
actively
but they
trying
can all
find a
die
way
to the
win.
Scorpios.
Yes, exactly.
Sometimes he's just mathematically impossible for
He
him
needs
to win.
something for the
But
he needs
if
the
there's a way
Magonel.
for a game to be won, ACCM is really good at finding it.
Yeah, exactly. He's not griefing, right? He's not someone who's just like trying to
No,
frustrate
they can
the
all
opponent.
die
Not-
just to the
honestly,
few
anytime someone
shots
doesn't
from the
resign, they're really not
Scorpios.
doing that. But 115 army versus 90 army in post-imp. Crazy army numbers, man.
13k army value for Tato in a 1v1. That is very, very high. 33 Scorpions still. Yes, Tato's lost a huge chunk of his eco. His own production is not great behind this, but is Tato really going to be
28
losing
will
units
on queue.
anytime soon?
Well, he'll lose.
Ones that matter.
He'll lose the Rams. Yeah, the
That's
Hussars
fine.
don't matter. He can lose those. It's the Scorpions. And ACCM can't save that castle. You can't get close to the Scorps. You just can't.
Yeah.
And without that castle, how do you
Can't
protect
make
these
any
farmers from the
Magonels.
Hussars?
Yeah, and then there's
Magomel.
Scorpions and there's Hussars on the other side.
Yeah.
There's Hussars in the north now. I think it's just reached the point where I can't even think of what ACCM could have tried this game, except kill faster. When he had the lead, he needed to finish
don't
him
know
off
what he can
before he
make
got to the
now.
numbers. At this stage of the game, well, for the last, 20, 30 minutes of the game in this matchup, he might just be stuck.
I feel like if this map was Arena, it's a lot easier for ACCM to actually close out the game.
Yes, yes.
But because you're Khmer, you have the mobility with the Hussars, so you can just sort of expand away from your opponent. I don't know how it would be possible even for ACCM to close this one out any faster than he was trying to do.
ACCM's got 80 halbs, but he can't fight. he literally 80 halbs on screen, but if he goes in anywhere near, they will die. And by the way, another onager dies to Scorpions, so don't call that a counter unit. And Tato needs to pull the Hussars back, and then the Scorpions will feast.
Oh no. Oh no. Like the crazy thing
Yeah,
is like
they're
this
dying
isn't
so
just
fast. It's
like,
pretty
okay, the
satisfying to
Scorpions
watch,
have the
man.
Alps, except the
Scorpios
Scorpions
killing
will
the
kill
hell with
150
theirs.
Alps and lose 0.
Yeah.
Like,
It's pretty satisfying
it
to
is just
watch.
absurd.
And then you can pull 4 of
just
those
die so
Scorpions to
fast.
snipe an onager. You don't.
Yeah.
The Hussars aren't actually even required for that job. The Desperation onagers will probably get sniped. Oh, but Tato didn't pull his Hussars back there. And ACCM's got raids in the back of Tato's base still, don't ask me how, still killing villagers.
And this is the
But
thing,
Tato-
right? It's all
but he
all
can't do
ACCM can
anything
is just
else,
try and drag
yeah.
Tato's attention away from
Away,
his main fight.
yeah.
But I just don't think it... Again, I think we're getting to the point where it's just mathematically not really there right now.
We'll see. This onager's key. There's nothing to protect the onager, so you just need the shot to be perfect.
26 gold.
Maybe you have to go for it now, but Tato saw the flag.
0 on gold. No gold left now.
Tato's
It was a
bringing
real
in the
red flag
Hussars.
for Tato's push right there.
Yeah, yep. So he knew
No more gold.
the back on up. What a fight here, man. ACCM's pop. It went down to 140 and then right back up to 180. And now is there no gold on the map? There's 0 gold on the map. We've reached that point.
0 gold, 0 stone.
They have equal amount of relics
But
almost.
I just...
How
ACCM
how
has
can you
more.
kill 30 Scorpions if you have 0 on gold? You can't.
No.
You can't. There's nothing you can do. He's stuck. As long as Tato keeps this mass alive, which he always will do, he's going to just move all the way back into that farming eco from ACCM. ACCM's
Also...
in trouble.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's
I
it.
was just going to say, ACCM only has 2 TCs at this point, so
That
it's
hurts
actually
too.
pretty difficult for him to replenish lost villagers, whereas Tato's on 4. So, although it's obviously not like amazing, he at least is better able to do that. He's getting the fortified wall set up over to the west, so that's going to help protect his villagers. And again, just continue this Doom march, which has taken like, I don't know, 40 in-game minutes to go from the far south of the map.
I mean, it's sad for ACCM because he's like, I gotta wait for my moment. I gotta wait for my moment. I can't fight. I can't fight. I can't fight. But with how Tato's playing this and has played this, almost feels like that moment's not going to come. Now, that's not the thought a believer like ACCM is going to have, but these Halbs just try and move to a different position, and he loses 40 units.
Yeah, jeez.
40 units.
I mean, the KD is just absurd in favor of Tato. And the crazy thing is ACCM still has 6,000 more gold collected and double the stone.
Yeah.
And yet, it's just like...
It was
nothing
five...
for him to do.
It was like 6 castles versus 1, dude. 6 castles versus 1. ACCM had the golds in the south. ACCM had the relics. Tato winning this game is absolutely crazy. And he is going to win it now, isn't he? 75 vills for ACCM, as you said. He doesn't have TCs. He just lost one of his 2 TCs. And the Scorpions can't be stopped. Maybe you kill a couple if Tato splits them up. But Tato realizes that mistake. And he'll lose 3 maybe. And then everything else dies.
And, you know, it's the Scorpions themselves are 75 wood and gold. It's not like they're impossible to replace.
Yeah,
You're on 4 relics
still
yourself.
spamming Hussars, man.
Use the market a little bit as needed.
GG.
You need to kill way more than 4 Scorpions. And there's the GG called, and what a game number 1, T90.
784
very
Halbs
good game,
were
man.
made,
I will watch all 3 games.
and they
then,
all
man.
met the same
I ordered
fate.
some food,
They all
maybe.
died to a Khmer
to eat.
Scorpion. What a game from Tato. What a hold. I mean, listen, I think it's pretty clear why we may both feel this way. I feel as though the quadruple buffing of Scorpions at the same time, at least when it comes to the Khmer being involved as well, maybe a little too far. Maybe we will eventually see the Scorpions nerfed in some way, or at least the Khmer. But the population was so good for ACCM at a certain point. I'm trying to look back, and I'm just scrolling through various points where it's like 200 pop for ACCM, 130 for Tato, 150 for Tato. And what Tato did a really good job of in the mid game, Orlu, was he just waited with that ball of Scorps. He didn't overextend. He just waited next to his castle. And then once the upgrades came in, ACCM panicked. I'm not sure what more you can do if you're ACCM, except for maybe open Lycav and kill that initial ball and break right into his base. He was really close. If you look even now at that middle castle, that has 3,600 HP. If he had a little bit more when he pushed that, broke Tato there, maybe he wins the game and we never get to there. But, oh, that must be painful for ACCM.
It hurts for sure. That was, I mean, it was insane that Tato was able to hold on for so long. It was honestly just so well played from both players. But at the end of the day, you need to kill your opponent's army at some point, and ACCM never found a way to do that.
Yep, it was really tough. And you know, hopefully that doesn't affect ACCM's mindset too much. Again, he can still win this series. If he wins the series, he's first place in the group, goes directly to the quarterfinals. And then that's what Tato's fighting for as well. And again, reminder, nobody can be swept here and still go playoffs. So now Tato's safe. Tato will at least be in the playoffs, I guess. But yeah, if ACCM were to lose 2 more, he doesn't even make top 3 in this crazy group. So what a game. Almost seems like a guaranteed banger when these two are playing up against each other. And it'll be good old Shoals for game number 2, I imagine.
Shoals, man, water map.
Will indeed.
Nah. Why am I water map,
I'll
man?
sync up with you here, Ornlu. Just give me.
It will be
10
pretty
seconds
boring
to
in
do
the
so,
feudal
but man,
age,
what a
man.
crazy
rush.
game. How many people are loading up Khmer
And
today
the castle
after
is.
seeing that?
The state is water fight.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
All right, so let me get to 0 seconds and 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are, game number 2. So we got Shoals, and we have some interesting civilizations. Koreans I've seen before. Koreans do make sense.
Vietnamese.
Towers can be useful on the gold areas. Turtle ships could potentially be a factor. And very good late game for the Koreans, and Shoals can oftentimes go late, so we might have over an hour again. Vietnamese, though. Have you seen Vietnamese before, Ornlu? What do you think about that from Tato?
I mean, they're fine. I mean, to me, Vietnamese are a civ that are just kind of good on every map.
Yeah.
And there isn't really like a bad situation in which to pick them. But to me, Koreans feel a bit more specialized to this map in particular. You need to lock down specific areas, and you need to win water in the late game, and it feels like Koreans are extremely well equipped to do those two things.
Yeah, I guess they're well equipped, but they don't necessarily have the eco for it, right? That's probably the difference maker. Maybe a greater peak for Koreans if they get there. Vietnamese, cheaper eco upgrades, faster researching, and that's going to help Tato ease through the ages here. Now, I've seen Koreans twice on this map, at least. Maybe more, but I only remember twice. And both times we saw turtle ships. So, viewers at home, you can guess right now how many turtle ships you think we're going to see in this game. I'm going to go
ships.
with...
I want to see some turtle ships. That would be interesting.
2.
I was going to say 3.
Okay. Well.
But I got to see some turtle ship replicas when I was in South Korea, so I'm very partial to the turtle ships.
That's cool, man. Yeah, I remember, I think Viper went Koreans here. He made 2 turtles and was going to stop, and then they got converted. And then he had to make like 3 more. Oh, I mean, I don't know how Viper ended up winning that game, but he did.
That was wild.
So,
I really want to see elite turtle ships though, because they've been buffed so much, and it feels like all we ever see are some turtle ships in Castle Age. Like it just feels like we never see the elite version.
Is it a case where because Korean Navy in general is cheaper, no one's going to make turtle ships because they have discounted galleons that are already guaranteed to be good?
Yeah, I mean, it's not just discounted galleons, it's double discounted galleons with the wood discount plus shipwright. I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah, I think that's probably it. By the way, on the topic of Khmer, prior to the recent buffs to Scorpions, like the ballistics change was the biggest one. They also had made a change where they survived more hits from bombard cannons. But honestly, prior to that, Khmer Scorpions were pretty busted, right? 9-range Scorpions, still really tough to deal with. But at least there, it felt like there was some level of counterplay because ballistics didn't apply. And you could micro, and you could make the Scorpion player work. So I do think that the Khmer Scorpions in particular are like really, really, really strong right now. But I did also feel like they were pretty strong before. There's just a little bit more counterplay to it, I guess.
I don't even know if heavy Scorpions are necessarily busted with civs not named like Khmer or Celts.
Or maybe Romans. Because
of
the firing
Romans.
speed. Yeah. It feels like maybe the change they made to Scorpions put all heavy Scorpions in a pretty solid spot. But then the other civs already had those bonuses. I guess we should include Chinese maybe, though no one does that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I don't know. But it was something. It was something that will keep ACCM up tonight if he ends up losing the series. So someone says it's a better meta than Cav Archers. Oh, man. People hate their Cav Archers right now. Funnily enough, I actually think Korean Cav Archers are slightly underrated, and I think there's a very decent chance we see a few of them. Now, long term, I'm not so certain on that, but they are cheaper, and you might want a couple mobile units for map control here.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Only spending 20 wood per Cav Archer is, well, it's pretty solid, and you only miss Husbandry and Castle Age, or Bloodlines and Castle Age. It's not really the end of the world.
Yikes. Don't tell me he's going to lose that. What? Okay, Tato didn't believe the TC would actually hit on that final volley there. And ungarrisoned. I think there was a chance that Scout would have gone down, honestly.
Oh, the Scout would have go down.
I think if it were AOC, then that, like, you have confidence that that Scout's just going to die.
Yep.
And in turn, Tato lost his Scout to the TC.
Oh my god, did they both...
Clearly they were watching some Ornlu games to practice for this map.
So they both did it at the same time. That might explain why Tato didn't stay garrison there. Because if I lose my Scout before, I'm definitely trying to volley. Wait, Tato, you're Vietnamese, bro.
I was waiting for you to say that.
You know where your opponent's TC is, and you lost your Scout to the TC. That is one of the worst mistakes I've seen in a long time.
Oh my goodness. See, guys, you too can hit 2k8.
Yeah, Tato won the first one.
Well,
Yeah, it was
I wonder if
pretty insane,
ACCM's
man.
initial
The
strat was
Scorpios
to go
and shit.
forward. I bet you it was not, but because Tato doesn't have the scout, he's now thinking he won't know that I'm not going to docks. He won't be able to see my build. So ACCM needing wins, he's going to go forward. Just want to repeat it one more time. Last round for these two. Winner of the group goes first place and then moves into a quarterfinal. Loser is in the playoffs if they don't get swept. So right now, ACCM still could be out of the playoffs if he doesn't get at least one win.
And Vinchester, a huge Tato fan right now, as it is Vinchester who is sort of on the hot seat where he does not control his own destiny.
Yeah,
and is just hoping for the sweep now.
I don't know if we've ever had it where someone gets 9 wins and doesn't get playoffs either. We'd have to look back. Maybe it happened once, but that would be pretty disappointing for Vinch to not be in the playoffs. And no loom for Tato.
Oh.
No loom because he lost his scout. All of this is happening, and the surprise is here. And this is ACCM, dude. ACCM going forward on you is not going to be a good time.
No, that is not something I want to go up against. Also, big wood discount here on ACCM's units. Koreans are one of the best civs at going for this sort of forward play. Maybe that's not the best house location right there in range of the TC.
But
Scout finally now goes down here for red.
But this is horrible for Tato. Tato invested in the walls that now have done nothing for him. Tato has 2 of his golds in ACCM's vision on the far side. He can't take berries, and he's going to try and take the fish away from ACCM, but ACCM's got his fish underneath the sea tower. So the galleys can't really even do much, and there's a fire galley there. This is so difficult for Tato right now.
Yeah, the one small bit of consolation there is that the fish is going to run out that's under the sea tower in a moment. So if ACCM actually wants to use those fishing ships, he'll have to put them in harm's way. So like that's a little bit of consolation, but obviously this game is already a mess in a way that Tato did not want, as the tower is now coming in.
Yeah, and can Tato see that? Tato cannot see the towers going up beyond the wood line. That's not the worst tower for now. He can just move away from the wood line. But long term, if that tower stays up with Koreans, Tato's going to have a really tough time.
Yeah.
I mean, I love playing the whole style with Koreans where you go for the towers, they become guard towers, you just drop a forward siege workshop after the forward, and then it's just so tough to stop.
ACCM, I think, reacting on water. Tato still looking for those fishing ships. ACCM now doesn't have the stone for a tower. Tato does, but the 3 forward villas are just going to head over to that stone. So, spears and skirms. Tato's going to aim to go for scouts, but you can't kill this forward with just scouts. You would have to almost counterattack somehow with those.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, but not impossible, as ACCM is still pretty open at home. It's just a long rush distance, and you're sort of giving up a lot of potential, defensive possibilities here. Also, someone in my chat said that nobody has missed the playoffs with 9 wins, but multiple have missed it with 8.
Okay, good to know. Well, that would be the case. If ACCM wins this game, regardless of what happens, Vinchester would be the most successful player to miss the playoffs, I guess. Now, it doesn't feel natural to encounter your opponent going for scouts in this situation. It's nice that ACCM has at least seen it before it.
But I like to eat with my dog.
So he gets to think about that. Because I wouldn't think there's any reason to make spears in this position after the initial 2. And maybe 5 or 6 scouts would have surprised me. But there's the 4 scouts now, and more spearmen will be on the way.
I mean, he saw the stable, so...
Yeah, he knows now.
He knows what's going on. Both players are going to come in here for a tower, but, well, Tato has more villas he can throw at the problem than his opponent. The skirmishers aren't going to attack very often. At least this particular angle will be safe for the time being for Tato.
Tato, I think, killed 1 fishing ship. Didn't kill the others. I think it's just important for ACCM to remain competitive on water. I think as long as he doesn't lose water and the opponent gets up to 6 or 7 fishing ships, he'll be happy. He needs to be careful, though. Tato's engaging on the spears, and ACCM expecting to lose the army will drop 2 houses. That's good, at least, but this could be a horrible loss of his army here. Oh, my God.
The skirms are trapped. Uh-oh. And all the scouts are attacking. Like, that only works if only, 1 scout can attack at a time, but that with the unit stacking is just not what's happening, and
Eat
that
curry
is a
3 times
brutal
a day.
cleanup from Tato.
Wow, that's crazy. I'm going to tell you exactly what happened
don't
there.
like
so
curry. I
ACCM,
don't know
he
why.
knew about those
I
scouts.
never liked
But
curry.
his spearman went home because he was exposed at home,
It's
and he
not
thought that
funny
that's
or
where
rude.
Tato was going to go. He completely misread
Even
the
I don't know.
situation.
Yeah.
And so now that army, which
I
could have been
never
pretty
liked
helpful
it.
long term, is not going to be helpful. The 4 villagers are still alive, and ACCM's still safe, but he loses his final 2 fishing ships, and nice job from Tato to stabilize a bit.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting decision, right? Because you sort of have 3 options there.
It
You
just
can either
looks
send the scouts to the other
weird.
side of the map,
It
which
smells
is
weird.
obviously what
I don't know.
ACCM anticipated,
I never
or you
liked
could go
curry.
after the villagers
I don't know. It
to
feels weird
deal with
to
all
me.
of that fort stuff and trying to not
I can eat
allow any
anything
more
else,
buildings
but
to be
not
built, or to
curry.
go after the army, which is obviously what he did.
Mhm.
And I feel like you can justify all 3 of those decisions, but it looks like this one's going to turn out quite well for Tato.
Oh, look at that Vil building that palisade wall, which is actually kind of useless. And now
Oh.
ACCM doesn't get the quick walls, and the scouts are going to be through. I mean, there's
The spearmen
spearmen
are coming
everywhere,
in.
but considering the previous
That's an
game,
edge.
considering the start, all these things, you got to be feeling like Tato's feeling much better about his situation than he thought he was going to, and ACCM's got to be frustrated.
Yeah, that is not ideal. You have no mobility. Tato can keep those scouts alive as long as he wants, and he's still getting a competitive Castle Age time. That
Yep.
said, ACCM has 4 bills on stone. Those are, of course, the 4 forward
41,
bills.
39.
Koreans, he can drop a castle as soon as he hits Castle Age.
This is true, but Tato should know those Vils are there, right? Because there's no army.
Yeah.
And ACCM doesn't know about the range, and he doesn't have skirms anymore. So really what ACCM needs is a defensive tower there. If he builds a defensive tower there, he's fine. But I'm not seeing the sense from ACCM that he thinks that's going to be needed.
Bro,
And so I'm
Tato was about to
concerned
build a market there
that
to block
ACCM
it.
is going to lose those Vils.
Mhm.
Tato's scouts are still keeping him busy. And what a recovery from Tato.
Sending
Those
the
Vils are going to be
archers to
cooked,
kill
man.
them.
You can't get a tower up.
And the archers are coming forward. ACCM had no idea about the archery range. Tato has 4
Mhm.
archers here with fletching. All those vills are going to be going down.
And Tato's still microing those scouts, so ACCM might be looking there. ACCM's not reacting in time. There is a weird little area the Vils can go, can go, and he didn't lose one.
What?
Will they be able to finish the
Okay.
tower? That
I
the
mean,
archers
you know
can't
what?
go in? Oh, it's blocked off.
Why not? Why not?
Tato, he wants to stop this. Can you imagine if
From the
this
mining.
ends up making the difference in the game? He thought about his own tower. He can't do
deleted
that.
it.
And wow, the Vils, they stay alive. I guess he has to build another tower, and then he can go back to the stone. Or maybe he just goes back to the stone and builds an outpost. That was a bit fortunate for ACCM.
And Tato is going to take the opportunity at least to expand over to the west, make sure you secure that gold income, and ACCM is just getting himself protected at home. And
Yeah,
like you're
Tato's
saying, he
looking
is
for
indeed
it.
going to be going for some cav archers.
Yeah, it feels weird because you don't get
Crossbows,
bloodlines, but the
Bodkin.
units are super cheap and you get the free armor.
Yeah, Vietnamese
So,
is good with archers.
in this situation, Knights is significantly more awkward with Koreans. And free armor,
Knights
cheap
versus
CA, you
archers
need
don't
mobility,
seem
it's
that
not
good
bad.
When opponent already has good
ACCM,
amount
they're a
of
little too late
archers.
with the scout and the spears. Tato already has a TC there. What a great job. I mean, that's so key on this map. And I think so many players have lost games because they just don't secure that golden castle age and they wait too long.
Yeah,
But look at
ACCM
this.
taking a bit long.
ACCM
He has the
firing up
water
his
control.
navy here. Going to be able to sail right back across the map, and he is going to be in a nice spot to take water. And Koreans in the late game with water are going to be really, really tough to deal with.
Yeah, villagers on stone, by the way, getting
Yeah, they have
sniped
some
by a
water
crossbow. So
special
too many
ship
things
or
to
some
focus
shit.
on for ACCM.
I don't know much about it, but
He'll
they
kill
have
the
something
fish, he'll lose
special.
the Vils.
They must
He's
have
got to
it.
defend from the crossbow, man. These two are so fast. There's so much happening right now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, not a level of multitasking I can see in myself, but it's what makes watching these
Villagers
players so
dying.
fun.
Well, everyone seems to know what's going on, except for the fact that Tato does not know there's Vil. No, I'm wrong. He has an outpost. Tato knows there's Vils near his gold TC. Now, what do you do about that? You're against Koreans. Can you build your own tower here and go for guard tower if you're Tato?
I mean, it is Tato, right? So the chances
Or
of him going
building a
guard
siege
tower are
workshop?
significantly higher than the average AoE 2 pro.
Yeah. Yeah, I think ACCM...
I think you'd rather just drop a castle.
Maybe. I think ACCM should drop a tower almost immediately to at least disrupt the gold income. Obviously, that's not going to win you that area, but should slow Tato down. Remember, two
Yeah, I
tiles
think
of Tato's
disrupt
gold,
still.
starting gold, was near the tower. So he hasn't been able to take that, and he's only got, well, less than 100 gold
Yes.
at the other area at his base.
Yeah, super
It
important
is going
area,
for a
and there we go.
tower.
The tower is coming in for
It
ACCM.
has that much range?
Tato does have vision of it, whether or not he sees it.
Yeah,
with
you can
everything
see
that's
the
going on
range
is a
with the
different
moss
story.
and shit.
But he's going to need to do something because you still need gold because your opponent is still making RB and is still applying pressure.
Yep. Cav archers for Tato as well. Now,
It was
this makes a
30
lot of
minutes
sense
before,
long
too.
term.
Still 30 minutes.
Extra HP on the archers for Vietnamese also applies to the Cav archers, even though that could be a little confusing. You read the tech tree and it says Ethiopian archers fire faster. I don't think it says foot archers fire faster, but that's only foot archers, right? And
Let me
then-
tell you, if I had my way and I could rewrite the tech tree, oh man, I would make everything so much more accurately descriptive.
But would people have to do a lot more reading if you did it? Or would it be just as precise?
I would try. I definitely would make an effort for it. I had
Okay.
all those years of practice when I had to write that myself when I did the Civ matchup discussion posts on Reddit.
Yeah.
I had to rewrite everything myself.
Okay. Well, I mean that seems like an obvious one. I love casting with you because I can bring up these tiny little things that annoy me, and you're like, bro, I get it. I feel like it's like very therapeutic for both of us.
Yeah, it really is. It's the sign that we spend too much
Castle,
time
a
thinking about
defensive castle to
AoE
protect his goal. Yeah, that's a good
Speaking
castle.
of, I
Tato already built it.
I get last night or I
to
guess
take
this
down the
morning. I
tower.
actually dreamt about this whole series. I mean, not exactly as this, but like I dreamt that I was casting the series with you, by the way. And
Oh,
for what it's
boy.
worth, ACCM ended up winning the first game. So apparently my dream was wrong. But that's where my brain has been recently.
And that's totally fair because this is a series that's worth looking forward to, and it has already delivered so far. First game was insane. This game already is shaping up to go late with a relatively
Fourth
even position,
DC.
and I am here for it, man.
Dude, I mean, what a game. Just remember, I mean, close doesn't cut it here. ACCM needs one win to go playoffs, and Tato is pulling ahead economically. He built a castle, so did ACCM, and so I'm thinking Trebor with these two castles on screen.
Yeah.
And that's where free
But on
conscription
the
is
other
really nice for
side,
Vietnamese.
nobody
You
built
get,
the
like, a
gold on the
semi-even
other
imp time,
side.
and you can just get those trebuchets out a little bit faster. Also, the first rattan archers are out, and we get to have one of the most boring interactions of all time with rattan archers and war wagons.
Yeah, it's like the tankiest unit. It's a small tanky unit versus
a big tanky
a big
unit.
tanky unit. So I'm going with a big tanky unit on that one. I love how
Yeah.
I love how annoying ACCM is trying to be and how stubborn he's trying to be on the right side. So he had a knight attacking that ram. Tato's since noticed this, but ACCM does not want to give up any control on the right side gold as he even drops a tower now.
Also guard tower. The there we go.
Yep. Guard tower goes up. Siege workshop goes up there for ACCM. And now the
TC there?
knights and cav archers break through from Tato just to find a bunch of siege. But, oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, Tato research guard tower. Okay. I think it makes sense.
Well, I mean, it's the only person who's more likely to go guard tower than Tato is the Max. And if it was Tato versus the Max, it would just be, like, might as well play Koreans every game.
Those war wagons, though, are really
What are
tough
they
for
called,
Tato to
man?
kill right
Rattan?
now.
I
So
call
he
every
needs,
archer
that's going to
Rattan
be his
archer,
long-term
man.
issue, actually. He needs an answer to those castles. So, again, Imp would be massive here, but neither player
Are
really
they
putting the
tanky?
resources for it yet.
They said they were a small town.
Yeah, that is
But they're
it's
the
tough,
same
right? You have
tanky.
ballistics in though for Tato, so he's gonna have a bit of an easier time
Mm-hmm.
taking these engagements. And of course, both of these civs are top tier skirm spamming civs as well. And late game, they generally don't want to make like cavalry as much.
Yeah.
So it's like imp skirms versus half would cost skirms.
But
and
there's a key difference here in the situations right now with the 100 vills. Tato is not actively mining gold. He cannot mine
Zero
gold on
on
the other
gold.
side yet because of that tower. And he's now coming to drop a castle to reclaim this gold. There's only 3 Cav Archers to protect there. There are Vills. There is a Scorpion from ACCM, but is that enough to stop a whole castle from going up?
I don't think so, but I think the bigger issue is that it was just this time frame where Tato isn't mining any gold is when ACCM is clicking up to Imperial Age.
True.
And that feels like it could be really tough if this indeed becomes a Treb war on either side of the map, honestly.
Yeah. By the way, Tato's crossbows, I forgot about them. ACCM forgot about them. Maybe Tato even forgot about them, because I think they've been down here for a while. But they're killing Vills. ACCM will notice that. But it will be Trebs in the north for ACCM. Tato still no Imperial Age. And just around the time he's probably about to click is when it might dawn on him that ACCM has. Look at the difference in the scores right now. I think Tato should know.
I mean, it's a very chaotic game, and there's also been several buildings destroyed, so that kind of skews things a little bit, but it's definitely something he needs to keep in mind. Now, that TC is not done yet for ACCM, but yeah, I think it's fine.
Wow, that's so crazy. I love how just as that's looking good for Tato, we look back and Tato lost like 10 skirms to the fires on the shoreline, so there's just always something that is going right, and then always something that's going wrong for both.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Tato, he found his way up to Imp. He's a minute 40 slower, though, which is obviously quite relevant. But there isn't a castle to the south from ACCM, and he only has 5 Vills here anyway. In theory, he should be able to buy enough time, right?
Well, I just can't help but feel like Tato isn't realizing he's not actively mining gold. Like, he could have been actively mining gold in the north for a while. He's just now shifting some Vills. The Imp TC is on top of 2 tiles of gold, so he needs to shift Vills to that gold. The castle he just built in the middle was on gold, and then he put those Vills on stone and not on the gold. So he's just shifting a bunch now, as I say this, but I think the lack of gold income is going to hurt him in some way. Like, blacksmith techs could be missing, trebuchets could be tough to get to.
There are no blacksmith
and with ACCM also getting keep instantly, that helps with the tower war, and also really cheap skirms for the Koreans.
Yeah, and I mean, all of these buildings from ACCM are going to do a great job of keeping Tato off of gold.
Slow clap.
I'm sorry, I had to.
It's alright. Did you plan that one out in Dark Age?
I really didn't.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't want everybody to leave, so I won't follow that up with my bad joke just yet.
Is that a joke, man?
I mean, game plan wise, Tato's,
maybe I'm not
as long as he
man.
can secure gold, it looks really good for him.
I just
he clearly wants to go all the way up to
Imp
Skirm, which Koreans can't get to,
or what he was doing.
and then he's not forgetting about the importance of the Navy. But ACCM, it all comes down to this timing with the Trebs. And his first Treb's out already. Tato's likely to lose this castle in the north. Really difficult for him to compete right now in that area.
Something else we need to consider, though, is that the map has a ton of stone on it, which means that even if you lose a castle, chances are you still have enough stone that you have access to mine as needed to get other castles down later on. So long as Tato has enough gold for the time being, he is okay at least going forward.
Yep, that's a fair point. Also, there's relics, which are really hard to focus on in the messy games, but if you get 4 or 5 relics with a little bit of gold income and you're making an army comp with primarily skirms, things could still be really good for you if you're Tato.
It's the opposite, man.
You also have paper money,
I don't know.
which is, remember guys, around 1 relic for 21-ish so lumberjacks, so you can get what is essentially another couple extra villagers in Imperial Age here as Vietnamese for a couple extra relics worth of income.
I wonder if we're going to see those elite turtle ships.
I thought it would be higher, man. That's pretty low.
Ship, turtle ship is it, and wow, that had a ring to it. Tato's fires showing up on the water here, and there's going to be galleys as well. I think this is ACCM's first moment where he realizes Navy could be a big factor again.
Yeah, Navy is a big factor.
Yep. And
I know.
Okay, I know this is really specific, but it's actually relevant for Vietnamese like ammo and water that they don't have masonry or architecture because the building army you get from those upgrades is so huge against ships in particular.
Okay.
As it can make keeping those buildings alive against Navy, like the docks when you're trying to free dock here as Tato, a lot more difficult.
Do Vietnamese get elite cannon galleon?
Yes.
Okay, so they can outrange
but
these
no
keeps, but no shipwright. Got it. Well, then I'm still liking ACCM's position, I think. This is a lot of gold in the north. He's also still pushing the other gold side. I mean, this is the big concern for Tato. It says he has 11 on gold, but that's 11 Vils fighting over the same gold tile. He is not mining gold in these areas. He does have Imp Skirm, though.
Yep.
But he's got to push the towers. It's going to be so tough.
It really is. You also now have Bombard Cannons being mixed in here for ACCM. That's going to be the sort of unit you want against Imp Skirms.
Tato is also getting
And I mean,
Bombard
Tato
Cannons.
is hanging on here so respectably, but I feel like we could be seeing the inverse of the first game, where you had ACCM being able to hold on really well, but he just might not be able to compositionally deal with his opponent.
Yeah,
What
I
is
agree.
the trap doing?
Obviously, a bit of a different situation. I think what ACCM has done such an amazing job at this game is utilizing the towers.
Yeah, tower
right?
pushing is so...
We see Koreans played every so often in tournaments, and I feel like half the time you don't see the towers or the turtle ships and all these things we talk about. Even the wood discount on skirms and spears. He's made primarily skirms and spears. He's made a bunch of towers. He needs to be careful to not lose all of his trebs right now. Like, he needs to be really careful to not lose all of his trebs right now.
Yeah, Bombard Cannons are
But,
coming in.
I think
Oh, he
still the
lost
game
one.
plan is there as long as he doesn't throw more of these trebuchets.
Yeah, Upsong is in
Yeah,
as well,
they're
so
dying,
the
though.
Keeps are able to match the range of the Bombard Cannons with Siege Engineer.
Yeah, he's packing them
garrison
and
those
leaving.
full of villagers. And I mean, I totally get what you're saying about we don't see Koreans played to their, at least, theoretical fullest extent that often. And it feels like that's just, you know, the hamstery world we live in where, like, all the civs are doing similar things, but you lean into what a civ does well in this situation, and it can be very difficult to stop.
Also think Shoals might actually be one of the best maps. It's like it was designed for a civ like Koreans. Really strong navy, but you don't need to play only navy, which other civs would dominate. Towers needed in Castle Age more frequently than other maps. So I think it's definitely part of that, and I'm seeing the upgrades that I think make me think that
We'll try
ACCM
to
can
come
close
back
this
in
one out,
water.
and that's water. If he can take water, and he can have cannon galleons on the shorelines, he can
Yeah.
dominate Tato. Tato's whole eco
I
will
thought
be
he would go
exposed pretty
directly
much.
for that in the Imperial
And more
Age.
importantly, Tato won't be able to push back in the north, which he's trying to do without gold.
And at the very least, you can
Zero
stabilize with just Imp Skirms.
What
here,
about
or
other
there's
side,
a
man?
chance
Why
of
they're
that
not focusing
without
what-
really
what's
much
happening
golden
on the
come.
other
You
side?
can't even try and win water.
I think
without
ACCM
golden
has the
come. It's
control
just
on the
not
other side
something you
too.
can do. There is no trash ship that you can use to try and fight these fire ships. So that's just going to be really,
There's
really
some
difficult
fighting
for
going
Tato
on
going
there,
forward.
yeah.
Yeah, more
With the
towers creeping in
towers.
from ACCM. These towers will go up. Tato just cannot deal with this and everything else at the moment.
Yeah, towers
Tato
are so
loses the
irritating.
Bombard Cannon to the Treb.
I think the best
Which
thing would be
hurts.
Rams right now, man.
Usually
They
that's
would
pretty
be good
painful.
against
As a player, it's
skirmishers.
really annoying, but
Yeah,
way
Rams
worse
would be the
when you have
best
0 on
thing.
gold.
Yeah, I mean, it's a.
But Bombard Cannon would kill the Rams.
Paper money a while ago.
Maybe in
which
the
again,
Castle
would at
Age,
least a
getting the
little bit of
Rams
a help,
was the
especially
best
with
idea.
87 on wood. That's like 4 relics worth of gold income right there that he could have been having.
Wonder if Vinchester is watching right now, sinking lower and lower into his chair. Oh, man. Again, ACCM wins this game. We know that Vinchester will not be in the playoffs. He will lose that on a tiebreak, regardless of what happens in the third game. And then
I mean,
whoever wins the third game goes first, which makes it epic.
Exactly.
But
Or
Tato-
Winchester, it's like watching the Minnesota Vikings go 14-3 and not be able to host a home playoff game.
Don't, come on, Bears fan, don't even. All right, it was supposed to be a rebuilding year. All right, we didn't get the hype that the Bears got, and look what happened. So.
The thing is, I just know I'm gonna suffer, so I don't even care.
Well,
Grab the
I
Bombard
didn't care
Cannon.
until we started to win, and that's the
Another
problem. They
one.
made me care. That's the
Tato's
problem.
can come back.
Anyways,
Another one?
Tato's
No.
last 4 Bombard Cannons are here. His population's still crazy high, but he can't push
Oh, he's focusing the
past
Bombard
all these
Cannon.
fortifications.
No,
If
he also
ACCM takes
killed
the
all.
siege and ACCM takes the siege, ACCM will take the Trebs, and I think Tato, he's getting upgrades, so maybe not, but I think he's going to be forced soon to tap out of this one.
I mean, he's still trying, right? Imp skirmishers provide excellent value, pound for pound versus regular skirmishers. But it's just if you have no gold income, it doesn't really feel too feasible to keep this going. ACCM is able to round out his own tech tree. He's able to get some free into Hussars, which I'm a little surprised about.
A little bit. Actually, you could argue go Cavalier here. Oh man, Bombard Cannon shot just killed like 8 skirms stacked on top of each other on the other side.
More.
And
rip.
The tower creep just continues to be an issue for Tato too. He's got wood and farm eco that's going to be exposed here. There's also a Bombard Cannon on the edge of the map on the right side for Tato by his wood line. He really needs that right now.
It took the day off.
Yeah, apparently. And Tato still doesn't have imp armor, doesn't have the gold for that.
What does Arrow
So
Slits
the light
do,
cap will
man?
die pretty quickly to towers and skirms. And Tato's like, Mr. ACCM, you have refused to resign against me countless times. I too will fight, even though I am most likely dead. But of course, in this case, Tato's population is pretty high.
I mean, Tato still has population. I mean, the score is pretty bad, but he's doing okay in res.
7,000
okay in the
wood.
KD. It's more of a tactical defeat at this point rather than any sort of single stat.
Tato told me a story that he was doing a training session with ACCM. The plan was to play a best of 5. I forget what tournament this was for. And I think it was like fortified clearing or something. And the game went 4 hours, right? And it was just a slog. And apparently at various points, Tato kept saying like, hey, can we stop? Like, I don't care who wins, but like, let's just stop. And ACCM was like, no. We fight to see who wins, right? So eventually the game ends after 4 hours. I forget who wins.
Man, what the fuck, man?
And ACCM goes, ACCM immediately sends
Yeah,
Tato
he
the lobby
forgot.
code for game 2. And Tato's like, ACCM, I'm done, bro.
Like that's why we need to have MBL and ACCM just be training partners for everything.
he's like, I'm done. Like, a 4-hour game, I'm not playing anymore. We could play more another day. And ACCM's like, why? I just need 2 minutes smoke. Like, let's go. It's so funny. Anyways, the Hussars get the job done. And
there's GG.
1-1. So goes to the final game between these two. Live standings we have ACCM at 9 wins, Tato at 9 wins. We have Vinchester at 9
my
wins.
food has
Do we
arrived,
also
so I think
have
I'm ending
MBL
the
at
stream,
9
man.
wins?
I'll eat my food, man.
I think we do.
So.
I'll watch the
Wow,
match,
so a 4-way
but
tie at 9 wins. But of course,
I want to
one
eat
more
my food in
game
peace,
for
man.
ACCM and Tato to see who goes up
Yeah,
to 10.
I'm ending it.
And this will also send them directly to the quarterfinals. Crazy game. Well played from ACCM. Man,
Yeah, it was
the
a very
start
good
was
match.
so good.
I'll see the finale too.
The start was sick.
Yeah, I'm
And then
ending
when
it.
when the